Thank you. So I'm appointing from Message 226, Joint Conference Committee Number 1 on Senate File 35, Chairman Burkhart, Ayer, and Yin. It's on Senate File 35, Burkhart, Ayer, Yin. The Conference Committee on House Bill 42 is Harshman, Nicholas, Schwartz. Nicholas, Chair. House Bill 42. So members, there's a couple of conference committees that are going to be kind of floating in and out. So we're going to start with second reading, then we'll have a little bit of a motion from the floor, and then we'll go into third reading, and then we're going to do joint conference committee on House Bill 100. So second reading, some floor motions, and then third reading, and then joint conference on, or excuse me, concurrence request on House Bill 100. I apologize, I misspoke. Concurrence request on redistricting House Bill 100. So with that order of business, bills on second reading. First one is Senate File 10.
Senate File 10, sponsored by Agriculture, Predator Control, an act relating to agriculture.
Senate File 10, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, is so ordered. Next, Senate File 19.
Senate File 19, sponsored by Revenue, County Optional Property Tax Refund Program, an act relating to taxation and revenue.
Larson left. I'll go to the bottom, yeah. Senate File 19, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, is so ordered. Next, Senate File 26.
Senate File 26, sponsored by Judiciary, District Judge Positions, Authorization and Funding, an act relating to the judiciary.
Senate File 26, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, is so ordered. The next Senate file, we are going to skip Senate File 27, as there is an amendment and the sponsor is not here at the moment. So we're going to skip to Senate File 32.
Senate File 32, sponsored by Education, K-3 Reading Assessment and Intervention Program, an act relating to reading assessment and intervention.
We do have an amendment, a fairly lengthy amendment. Chairman Flitner.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. It is a lengthy amendment, but basically it's just
Would you move that amendment, please,
I'm
Chairman?
sorry. Yes, sir. I move second reading amendment to Senate File 32 and ask for your favorable consideration, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
And when I was reading this bill, there was one word that just kept jumping out at me, and I know that some of this is existing statutory language. But I think it's important, and speaking with my superintendents and some other superintendents in education, they sort of had the same thoughts. And I have not changed anything about the bill other than just sort of realigned some language. And I spoke with my two co-sponsors and they agreed, and so it just sort of removes that one reading deficiency that it speaks to in the bill, the dyslexia, and just makes sure that it just says including but not limited to dyslexia or other reading deficiencies. And that's really basically conforming language throughout the bill, and it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the concerns here in making sure that we screen for dyslexia. It just makes sure that we screen for everything, and it doesn't single one sort of deficiency out over another. And that's what the amendment does, and if you have questions, let me know. Otherwise, I will call for the question.
Discussion on the amendment. Representative Ottman on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of clarification, broadening that up there, I believe in the bill that there was a cross-departmental training that was going to go on for people so that they would notice it and things. So how is that training going to go now? Is it going to be, it'll be more broad to look for reading deficiencies or? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members, first time? First time on the amendment, Representative Brown, Vice Chair Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this amendment is probably not bad. I don't think it does anything harmful to the bill. I do appreciate the last question here, because what we do anticipate with this is looking at dyslexia first. It is the primary reading deficiency that we've identified and that we continue to identify in our students. So that was also language that was originally out of the 2001 or 2002 statute that was passed on the K through 3 reading assessment. So I don't see it as anything but really changing the language on this, but I do have some slight concerns, as the good representative from up north just stated, that maybe passing this may have that unintended consequence of not screening directly or not doing professional development for dyslexia and other reading difficulties. So vote your conscience on this one. I don't think it's horrible, but I appreciate it. I didn't even really think of that potential pitfall. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other members, first time? First time. Representative Craigo, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The way the amendment reads, I don't think it takes dyslexia out of the training. It just makes it a little more broad so that we're training on all reading deficiency and disabilities rather than making the focus exclusively on dyslexia. So we're just making that a little more broad so that it encompasses all of the problems we're seeing. Although dyslexia might be the major one, there's many others that we need to address as well.
Thank you. Any other members? This is first time. First time. First time. Second time. Second time. Representative Ottman, second time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, just to verify, I know that, or at least I was told, that in order to test for dyslexia, there has to be a certain there has to be a certain training of populace, and there has to be people that have the training in that to do that. And it's specified, and it is extra training. It's not just a one-day professional development. So, I mean, any kind of reading disabilities we want to identify. That's not a problem. I would just hate to see a district not implement these helps because something was missed. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Other member, first time to the sponsor, Chairman Flitner.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and to my good co-sponsor on the amendment, he answered that very well, and as I understand it, no, this won't change anything. It just realigns the language. It says including but not limited to dyslexia or other reading deficiencies. It shouldn't change any of the training or the screening, and again, this is a study, and they're trying to narrow down 3 different types of programs that will work for every district across the state. So vote aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on second reading, Amendment Number 1, Senate File 32. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Senate File 32 have been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection is so ordered. Next Senate File 38.
Senate File 38, sponsored by Revenue. Monthly ad valorem tax revisions. An act relating to ad valorem taxation of mineral production.
Senate File 38 have been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection is so ordered. Next, Senate File 47.
Senate File 47, sponsored by Minerals. Carbon storage and sequestration liability. An act relating to geological sequestration of carbon dioxide.
Senate File 47 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection is so ordered. Next, Senate File 48.
Senate File 48, sponsored by Natural Resource Finding. 2022 Large Project Funding, an act relating to the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Funding Act.
Senate File 48 having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection is so ordered. So we do have someone who will present the amendment on Senate File 27. So we'll take care of that one, and then we'll go from there. So next Senate File is 27.
Senate File 27, sponsored by Judiciary. Dissolution of County Board's authority, an act relating to counties.
Representative Craigo on behalf of Representative Larson. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 27 and ask for your favorable consideration. Following our discussion yesterday on this particular bill, the sponsor of this amendment tried to come up with some language that really addressed his concerns. And it's a little bit different than what was in the amendment that we had talked about yesterday. This one doesn't necessarily put sideboards on why a county can dissolve a board, but it puts another step in the process. Essentially, it requires your county commissioners to have, in essence, a conversation with the board that they're going to dissolve prior to moving to the dissolution process. Gives that particular board a chance to meet with county commissioners in a regularly scheduled meeting, talk about the issues, let the commissioners explain why they want to move down that road, lets the board respond, does not give the board any sort of veto power, the particular board being up for dissolution. It just allows them to have the conversation. That's the first part of the amendment at the top. The second part of the amendment at the bottom just requires that it not be whatever the purpose is of the dissolution, that it not be for bad faith or be for arbitrary or capricious reasons. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward, but it doesn't require the commissioners to list out of the amendment we looked at yesterday had a list of 7 or 8 things that they would have to meet, one of those qualifications. This one doesn't go down that road. It just puts a bad faith / arbitrary and capricious standard in there, which is already, by the way, imposed by law.
All right, members, for their first time, Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd actually like to divide the amendment.
What's your
Division 1 would be lines 1 and 2, as well as lines 24 through 32.
Division 1's lines 1 and 2, and 24 through the remainder.
And everything else would be Division 2.
And the middle, so that's lines 3 through 23 is Division 2. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, Mr. Chairman.
It is divisible. Please, which one would you like to start with?
Actually, if it's okay, Mr. Speaker, Division 2, which would be lines 4 through 24, I have no concern with. I think that's
Just be clear, it's lines 3 through 23.
3, yes, that would be correct. 3 through 23. And if I could speak on that Division 2, I have no concerns with that section. That probably would happen anyway, but if we need to put that in law, no concerns on that, and I'm fine with an aye vote.
Thank you. Any other member? First time, Division 2. Division 2. Division 2. Division. All right, members, seeing no more further discussion, we're voting on Division 2. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Division 2 is adopted. Back on Division 1. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so my concern with Division 1 is really that addition of Section D, and I can certainly appreciate that we never make decisions that are arbitrary or capricious. But my concern is really more on lines 30 and 31, when you say the proposed dissolution is in the best interest of the residents of the county affected. And so in my mind, if this stays in the statute, you would automatically get an arbitration or a lawsuit. You may anyway, but I don't know how that doesn't scream being too subjective when you have the board or commission being dissolved, saying, well, we're actually in the best interest of the county. We're going to take it to district court to make the district court to decide who's really in the best interest of the county residents. And that gives them kind of equal footing against the county commission trying to dissolve them. As we heard on committee of the whole discussion, these are county appointed boards. County can take out members of the boards. County should be able to dissolve the board. I think you're just setting it up for an unnecessary lawsuit by including that language and ask everyone to vote no.
Further members on Division 1. Representative Summers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On and supported Division 1. My concern with this whole bill is we get these little petty arguments in local communities, and And it can be between a member of a board and a member of a commission. And so what you're going to do is you're going to eliminate the whole board because you have this little petty argument going on. And I'm not saying that's the case here in the community that was just mentioned, but that's my concern about the whole bill. And I think this at least puts some parameters around that it's in the best interest of the citizens, and that it's not arbitrary and capricious. So on in support.
Members, first time, Representative Craigo, and then Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on in support of Division 1, and I just feel like this language is a good, I guess, middle ground from where we were yesterday. Yesterday, we were talking about a whole list of things. You have to meet one of these qualifications. This one's much more broad. It allows the county commissioners to decide, okay, if this is in the best interest of the citizens, we can go down this road. But it doesn't say you have to meet one of these 6 or 7 qualifications. And I do want to point out, and we talked about this yesterday, the county commissioners cannot just pull people off these boards, whatever board it is. They have to have cause. And so what we're really talking about is when we get at an impasse between a board that has been appointed to do a job and a set of county commissioners who maybe don't like what the board is doing, although they appointed them to do the job. And so, in my opinion, we need to have a little bit of sideboards on that to determine when is a good time to dissolve these boards and when it is not a good time, and that it's not for political reasons, that it's actually in the best interests of the citizens. It's not about personalities. And I think that's what this language really does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Knapp, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have to remember that there's only one set of people that were elected. And that's the key for it, for me, is some of the boards do get appointed. And there may be a difference of philosophical opinion about a department. But it comes back to the community elected the county commissioners. And those county commissioners are then held accountable to the people. And I think that's the important link here, so on and against.
All right, members, we're on Division 1. Division 1 of the amendment, first time. Division 1 of the amendment, first time. Representative Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support my colleague from Campbell County. He was a commissioner, and he knows how these issues work out at that level. So I would recommend that we vote this bill or this division down, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on Division 1. Division 1. Division 1. I see the prime sponsor of the amendment, so I'm trying to give him time to get up to speed. Representative Larson, on Division 1, which is lines 24 through 32 and lines 1 and 2. First time on the division.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we're really trying to help the boards here to know, in the public to know, is that there just can't be an arbitrary dissolution of a board. So we're putting up these little sideboards that say they can't do it in an arbitrary, capricious, or otherwise in bad faith. And that it should only be done if it's in the best interest of the residents. And we're just, I think when we try to do any of these types of things, when we create, Mr. Chairman, when we create a board, you need to have a mechanism to dissolve a board. There has to be a reason to create a board, and certainly there should be a reason to dissolve a board. And so we're just trying to say, in the rationale to dissolve a board, that it has to fall within the best interests of the constituents and the citizenry, and not in a detrimental way that would hurt the best interests of the community. And so I'd ask you to adopt Division 1 of the bill.
Thank you. Just to be clear for the representative who was just presenting, Division 2 was adopted. We're on Division 1. Chairman Wilson, Division 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Testing out my golden hand here. On and against the division. And I think mainly because the phrasing about the best interests is a little hard to define. And those of us who are elected officials will know that we get lots of letters in our email. And, often half of the people say vote aye for something or other because that's in the best interests. And the other half say vote no. So I'm not sure if that gives very good definition or direction. So maybe on third reading, we might remove that sentence. I don't have a problem with the first part, but I would say vote no for now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. On Division 1, first time, Representative Olson, first time, Division 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the bringers of this amendment, and I'm just trying to understand the first half of the amendment on the arbitrary and capricious standard, how that would actually differ, if at all, from Chevron deference. And the second half of the amendment, I can appreciate how you must, the agency, if you will, the commissioners must do what's in the best interests of the residents. I can appreciate the difference there, but I'm just having a hard time understanding how the first part of this amendment does anything different than traditional case law has already provided. And maybe the bringers can help me understand that when an agency is making a decision, it's an appealable decision if it's arbitrary and capricious. So just trying to understand what this amendment actually does that's any different than black letter law.
Thank you. Any other member? We're on first time on Division 1. First time, Division 1. First time, Division 1. Second time, Division 1. Representative Crago, second time, Division 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to the question from my good chairman, part of that first sentence would qualify as Chevron deference. That would fall under the Administrative Procedures Act that we use in Wyoming. And that's what I was talking about earlier, that part is already the law. The language about bad faith, that is not. And so that's a little bit different. But what I would say is it's a good reminder if we're going down this, and just speaking from experience, oftentimes we're flipping through the green books if we're at home representing our county commissioners like I do, and we're looking through the book and we see this big, long procedure. It's just a good reminder that we can then take to our client and say, hey, county commissioners, when you're going to do this, you need to make sure we're not doing something out of line, and it's not, it's not arbitrary, it's not capricious, and it's not done in bad faith. And so does it change standing law regarding Chevron deference? It would not. It would not do that at all. So that I guess hopefully that answers your question on that particular question. That answers you on that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? Second time, Division 1. Second time, Division 1 to the divider. Chairman Zwanich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, just asking to vote no. I mean, it seems kind of clear. I guess we could ask why a county commissioner would ever make a decision not in the best interest of their county residents. I don't know. I think they're the ones who are elected, right? Elections have consequences. And so if they do make bad decisions, hopefully they don't remain in office too much longer. But I guess that's how government works. I mean, that's certainly how we work here, right? We we assemble select committees and task force agendas. The good chairman of Judiciary spoke. He's also the chairman of our blockchain, digital tech, and finance task force. And I'm sure we could probably get rid of them as a body. And, they would say, hey, no, we want to stick around. We do really good stuff, even if the majority of you want to get rid of us. That's just how government works, right? The majority of elected officials, they make a decision. We can't say that's arbitrary or capricious. We can't say that it's not in the best interest of their county if they're the ones their county has elected to represent them. And so I just think this whole section's unneeded and it leads to unnecessary litigation. It would cause the same problem that happened in my county to happen in other counties. And if it's not necessary for the bill, then I'd ask you to vote no and take it out of the amendment. Thank you.
All right, members, we're voting on Division 1. Second reading amendment number 1, Senate File 27. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please rise. Go ahead and count. All those opposed? The amendment is not, the division is not adopted. We have another amendment. If you haven't refreshed your amendment page, please do so. We have another amendment. Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my amendment.
Go ahead and move the amendment.
Oh,
and
I'm
then
sorry.
Dive in.
I would move Amendment 2? Second reading amendment number 2, thank you. To the bill and ask for your favorable consideration. So what this does is the last section there is specifically as it relates to solid waste boards. And I was contacted by the one in our county, and they just made a differentiation saying we're a board that has a voter-approved mill levy. So, and they've got significant assets. So being like, since it's a voter-approved mill levy, it doesn't seem appropriate that a county resolution should dissolve us. And they just, you know, there's kind of a lot to it, but they're just in a different category. So with that, I brought the amendment to just take them out of this. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Discussion. Chairman Zwanesser on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'm good with the amendment. Solid waste disposal districts are not fairgrounds, airports, parks, or pleasure districts. So I know there is some need to have it in the bill, and there have been lots of conversations regarding them if they should be. And so it's really a policy decision each one of you can make. But at least in my mind, they don't need to be in this bill, and they can be a separate topic at another time for the people pushing that issue.
Thank you. Representative, nobody else. Any other members? Any other? Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, I think I will vote for this, but just a clarification on how a solid waste disposal district is formed in statute. It is created by a resolution of the county commissioners, but then the board can submit to the voters to get a levy. And so at that point, so we may have boards that don't have a voter approved levy, and we have solid waste disposal boards that do have an approved levy. This will just exempt them completely from the dissolution. I think that's okay for now. So I'll just vote aye, but that's some clarity.
Any other member first time? Representative Knapp changed his mind. Representative Knapp.
So this becomes. the
Representative Knapp,
exempt-
go
oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. This becomes the exemption part of this. And the only example I can come up with is, let's say a rec mill levy. You create a rec mill levy to build a building. And unless you're able to do away with that once the building is completed, that rec mill levy will continue with that board. And all of a sudden you will have hundreds of thousands of dollars sometimes outside of your budget. And people obviously don't want that to go away. That would be arbitrary and capricious. So I think it's important not to exempt out boards that are directed by the commissioners or appointed by the commissioners. Let them have that freedom to do that, because it will end up causing some issues later. Thank you.
Representative Brown, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say on and against, and the biggest reason, I appreciate the good former county commissioner speaking on this. When I look at this, this does become the new hot topic, right? This becomes just like our taxes, where we have more exemptions than we do have rules that apply to those. So we start asking and we start having these boards and commissions wanting to be exempted, and we're going to be back here with this bill for the next 6-7 years straight, wanting more exemptions and wanting to be exempted from this process. So I don't think that this is the right way to go. I do think that we have an elected board in each one of these counties that has gone before their communities and asked for their vote. And at the end of the day, those voters will cast their votes whether they like what just happened or not. So on and against.
Any other members, first time on the amendment, first time on the amendment, second time to the sponsor, Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I guess to address those, and I wish I understood this better, I'll admit that. But the reality is when we say we don't want to do carve-outs, but then sometimes we're not recognizing the difference of the types of boards. And the reality is this one is a different type. So it's a hybrid. So yes, it's a county appointed board, but it's a voter-approved mill levy. And specifically, these are districts that are, they're ongoing. It's for a very long time. They have, I mean, my county has something like $20 million in assets. They have plans for 20 and 30 years out because of the nature of solid waste. So it just doesn't lend itself, in my mind, to something that the county commissioners should just dissolve. I think that should be, there's a different process, and I think that would be appropriate. So I would ask for your aye vote.
Members, we are voting on second reading, amendment number 2, Senate File 27. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Amendment is not adopted. Senate File 27, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Representative Baer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the following rules be suspended: 4-5A, 4-5B, and 4-7, and that the Senate File 51 be taken out of the desk and placed on general file.
All right, members, the motion is in order, and I'm going to just verify the motion for all the members. So so the rules asked to be suspended are 4, 5. There's 2 parts, A and B, and the A and B is the 2/3 vote, and then the B is the 15th legislative day. Today is the 16th legislative day. So that is the first one, 4, 5. 4-7 is the reference to committee, and it talks about the bill being referred to a committee. So we're suspending both the introduction deadline and the reference to committee. Now, members, in accordance, a suspension of the rules, in accordance with our adopted rules, 1-3 requires a vote of 2/3 of the elected members. It is debatable. And I think for the interest of time, we'll use third reading debate rules. And Representative Baer, you've made the motion if you'd like to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a policy question versus procedure. The presiding officer is focused on procedure, and we all appreciate that, and we all support that. But this body does need to think about policy that affects the state. And I do believe that this particular bill addresses a policy that we need to be prepared to address. The people of Wyoming are concerned about this issue, and so I bring it forth for your approval to promote policy over procedure. So with that, I stand for any questions.
Any member, first time on the motion to suspend the rules. I'm not going to read the entire motion every time, but on the motion to suspend rules with regard to Senate File 51. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. not in favor of the motion. I guess I would say that all bills that come before us, every session are policy questions. That's what we do here in public policy. But this is a budget session. That bill has no relation to the budget, at least in my opinion. And it certainly isn't like there's not a policy in our state. There's a very strong and clear policy, from what I understand, that's been in effect for almost 4 years without going and challenging that policy through the proper channels that's currently in place. So I don't think it's the right year or the right time, and certainly at the end of session, trying to bring this out, I just don't think it does any better goodwill for the body or the state of Wyoming this year at the end of the 66th legislature. So I'd ask you to vote no on the motion.
Any other member first time? Members first time? If you want to speak to this motion, please proceed to a mic. Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So even to the process, 4.7 states that it shall be assigned. And that shall is a very strong word. And so I would argue that we should follow our own rules. So on in favor of the motion.
Any other members? Representative McGuire, would you assume the chair?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So members, I think, as you probably are aware, there are several bills that did not make it out of the office. And and you've heard a little bit about process. And I'm going to tell you exactly why those bills did not make out of the process. There's 3 of them. One of them is a reviser's bill. Has anybody ever heard of a speaker killing a reviser's bill? So the reason is because when we came together as a 66 budget session, we adopted rules as in our general session, and then we stick to a calendar. And when we adopt or we stick to a calendar, to me, that means something. And I'm just going to read you what our calendar is. It's up on our website. Day 10, Friday, February 25th. Last day, Committee of the Whole, House of Origin. That's what this body abided by. The good majority floor leader stopped. Some of your bills did not make it to the floor that day because we followed our schedule. Now, these bills came to us because our colleagues at the end of the hall did not stop that day. They went another day. They didn't come down and have a visit, say, hey, we got a few more important things that we'd like to bring forward. Would you guys like that opportunity too? So when I think about the process, I think about equitability. Fairness, it's not a fairness issue. It's an equitability issue for me. And I'm trying to protect this body. It is not about these issues. That is why it wouldn't have mattered if there were 7 bills and I was a co-sponsor on several of them. They would have all stayed there. They would have all stayed there. Now, I respect the interest of the folks that are bringing forth this motion, that these issues are important to them. But for today, for me as your speaker, when I came in and I stood here a year plus ago and said, I'm going to do my best to respect the process. The process. That is where I've made my decision, where I made that decision. I have conferred with the sponsors of the bills, which one of them was a management council bill, it's just so you know, reviser's bill. And I've referred to the two primary sponsors in the end and told them exactly this. Process matters. I'm not making a judgment on the content of the bills. What I'm making a judgment is on what this body does and do we get the equitable treatment by our colleagues. And on this issue, I was not convinced. So I would ask you to defeat this motion, not because you're voting against those bills or the issues in those bills, because we're protecting this body as a part of this institution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Speaker Barlow. Representative Larson for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with the conversation on the process. You know, when we cut off bills for the last day, the bills coming in out of this body, we had a committee bill that we had worked on all interim, come out, went through tribal relations, come in to this body, went through the ag bill. Last day, ran out of time. It was an important bill. It was an important bill to the tribes and to the livestock community. It wasn't heard because we followed the process. I think it was every bit as important as any bill they had down on the other side that was allowed to move forward. And so I would encourage you to vote no on this. I think we stick with the rules we made and comply with them.
Thank you. Any other member, first time? First time on the motion. We're at first time on the motion, first time on the motion. First time, second time. Second time to the motion, I guess well, maybe Representative Jennings first and then Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Folks, I agree with this good speaker, and he's made a judgment call here, and the aspect of process is important. But Rule 4.7 states that we shall. Now, the ask about the other body and have them having gone out of the process, I don't think the speaker and I would disagree at all on that. But I think that's a little bit of a separate issue. That probably could have been dealt with another way. I don't know. I'm not going to challenge the speaker on his decision of that aspect of it. But on 4.7, it says shall. And so maybe we pull this out of that line of process. Maybe we don't. But we should still follow our own rules. And so it's kind of a hard one because the speaker made a decision to handle it this way. And I don't know, maybe there were other options. Maybe we should have marched to the other end and said, shut down. Respect this body, this side. I don't know what the real answer was, but I also know that in our rules that we also want to follow that process too. So on and in favor.
Thank you. Any of the members first time before the bringer? First time for the bringer. Representative Bear, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the brevity and the respectful debate on the issue. Again, I would just say that we elect leadership to make these decisions for us, but we do have a responsibility and an opportunity to overrule, and that's what this is about. If this is an important policy decision in your heart, I just ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. So members, the motion is to suspend Rule 4-5 and 4-7 with regard to Senate File 51. In accordance with Rule 1-3, requires a 2/3 vote of the elected members. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly.
No.
Crago. Duncan. Eklund. Ayer. Flitner. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer. Excused. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn excused. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson.
No.
Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson.
Aye.
Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 21 aye, 37 no, 2 excused.
By your vote, you have voted not to suspend the rules with regard to Senate File 51. Mr. Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move the third reading consent list consisting of the following bills: Senate File 7, 9, 18, 34, 40, 68, and 75.
Thank you. Would any member like any of the bills on the consent list removed from the list? Any bills removed from the list? Again, the bills are 7, 9, 18, 34, 40, 68, 75. Any bills removed from the list? Reading clerk.
Senate File 7, sponsored by Travel, Wyoming Gaming Commission, Scrivener error correction, an act relating to the Wyoming Gaming Commission being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. Senate File 9, sponsored by Agriculture, revenue bonds for agriculture endeavors, an act relating to revenue bonds being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. Senate File 18, sponsored by Transportation, County Road Maintenance Fund Amendments, an act relating to highways being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. Senate File 34, sponsored by Revenue, Inheritance Tax Fees Repeal, an act relating to taxation and revenue being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. Senate File 40, sponsored by Transportation, Criminal Record Dissemination, Military Department, an act relating to criminal procedure being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. Senate File 68, sponsored by Blockchain, Decentralized Autonomous Organizations Amendments, an act relating to corporations being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming. Senate File 75, sponsored by Corporations, Deferred Annuities, Minimum Non-Forfeiture, an act relating to annuity contracts being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
Having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall Senate File 7, 9, 18, 34, 40, 68, 75 pass the House? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call on the consent list. Andrew, Baker, Banks, Bear, Blackburn, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Clausen, Connolly.
Aye.
Crago, Duncan, Eklund, Ayer, Flitner, Fortner, Gray, Greer excused, Hallinan, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Jennings, Kenner, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson Dan, LeBeau, McGuire, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Oakley, Obermuller, O'Hearn excused, Olson, Ottman, Paxton, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Romero Martinez, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood, Simpson,
Aye.
Summers, Stith, Stivar, Sweeney, Walters, Washit, Western, Wharf, Williams, Wilson,
Aye.
Winter, Yin, Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker, we have 58 ayes, 2 excused. As for Senate File 7, are there any changes? Baker, aye to no. Further changes? Bear, aye to no. Fortner, aye to no. Gray, aye to no. Yin, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 53 aye, 5 no, 2 excused. As for Senate File 9, are there any changes? Baker, aye to no. Jennings, aye to no. Stivar, aye to no. Fortner, aye to no. Bear, aye to no. Knapp, aye to no. Gray, aye to no. Burkhart, aye to no. Brown, aye to no. Olson, aye to no. Romero Rodriguez Williams, aye to no. Ottman, aye to no. Walters, aye to no. Nicholas, aye to no. Henderson, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 44 aye, 14 no, 2 excused. As for Senate File 18, are there any changes? Gray, aye to no. Washut, aye to no. Stivar, aye to no. Jennings, aye to no. Mr. Speaker, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 53 aye, 5 no, 2 excused. As for Senate File 34, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 58 aye, 2 excused. As for Senate File 40, are there any changes? Burt, aye to no. Further changes? Closing. Western, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 56 aye, 2 no, 2 excused. As for Senate File 68, are there any changes? Provenza, aye to no. Heiner, aye to no. Fortner, aye to no. Jennings, aye to no. Further changes? Stivar, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 53 aye, 5 no, 2 excused. And as for Senate File 75, are there any changes? Baker, aye to no. Haroldson, aye to no. Clausen, aye to no. Williams, aye to no. Williams, confirm your vote. Aye. Bear, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 54 aye, 4 no, 2 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, Senate Files 7, 9, 18, 34, 40, 68, and 75 have passed the House. Now we'll continue on with third reading, final passage, regular list. First Senate file will be 49.
Senate File 49, sponsored by Management Audit. Repeal of specified state boards and commissions. An act relating to boards and commissions being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
We have an amendment. Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, I move third reading amendment number 1 to House Bill or Senate File 49 and would ask for your favorable consideration. So, members of the body, I apologize for coming so late with this. I thought we had put a fix in this. This is a management audit bill. I thought there was a fix over at the Senate side that changed things and in fact probably didn't. So if you turn to your bill, page 2, well, let's see, that's just, easiest way to do it is just go to page 12 through 14 and you delete them entirely. And what this is are the state advisory committee appointments. These committees are 3-person committees. They're appointed by the chief executive. There are 4 water divisions. Presently, there's only 1 vacancy in these committees. They represent the land and water users. They're in charge of this is probably the key to why I oppose what's happening here and why I think it's a huge shift in policy. They're in charge of the election of the Groundwater Advisory Board. There are 5 members to each of these boards. The shift comes in whether or not we want to have citizens managing the elections of land and water users, or if we want the state engineer's office to manage these elections. And I firmly believe we've got enough management of the state being done by the agencies, and I believe the responsibility for this deal anyway is should rest on the citizens. Earlier, I brought a bill just to clarify water law, groundwater law. It wasn't a change in the law. It wasn't a huge shift in policy. It just established and clarified the law. This one's a huge shift in the law, and I believe that the citizens should have a voice in the management of the water of the state, and would oppose that part of it and would ask for your favorable consideration to eliminate that as part of the revisor or the management audit revisions.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I just want to talk about it a bit. I'm not necessarily in favor or against it, but just so the body understands how this process went, and I'm not on management audit, but from what I understand, the other body did put these division advisory committees into the bill in the beginning. This is, if you look on page 12 of the bill, right, we were going to add them to things that can be taken out of statute, that we no longer need these division advisory committees, apparently. Somewhere along the way, on third reading over there, the good co-chairman for the bringer of this amendment said, well, they are perhaps important in the future, maybe now arguably, but they didn't want them just taken out, and so the wording was changed from shall to may, that at the discretion, they can be established at the discretion of the Board of Control. So we weren't going to take them all the way out of statute or be able to just take them all the way out of existence. We'll just, instead of making sure they're always formed, it'll then be a may can be formed to the Board of Control. So now we're here saying, well, we just want to leave them in altogether. Again, I'm not on management audit. That would take back the bill to its original intent when it came to the legislature for the session. I don't have a dog in the fight of water law and whether or not these division advisory committees are good, bad, or indifferent, but I did feel important to kind of explain the process. I don't think you hurt the bill by saying yes on the amendment, taking it out, because it was never, from what I understand, anticipated in the interim. And if we need to undo the work of our colleagues down the hall, we don't need more. I think we can certainly do that in our purview and doesn't hurt the intent of the rest of the bill.
Any other members, first time? Vice Chair Brown on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the good chairman of corporations coming up and explaining this a little bit more and kind of going through the background of what exactly happened here. As I do serve on management audit, and a few of us in here do. This was not discussed during the interim, this particular portion. And so not having much of a discussion on this, this bill was really looking at what are these boards and commissions really doing? What do we have some that are defunct that were established and no longer actively meeting? Were they originally signed up to fill a specific purpose and intent, and they fulfilled that, and now we no longer need them? What are those types of things? And so this was basically a reduction of what we're trying to do. And so to see the language that got changed at the other end of the hall, it wasn't honestly until the good chairman of corporations looked at it that they actually did a little bit more than that to this bill too. So doing what the good chairman of agriculture is asking us here does take it back to the original intent of the bill. And if they don't like that at the other end of the hall, well, then we can have a heyday in a conference committee. But I would certainly ask for an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members, first time on the amendment, On the amendment, second time to the chairman, Chairman Eklund.
So maybe I didn't make myself.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
Yeah. Maybe I didn't explain myself very well. It doesn't take us back to the original intent of the bill. It removes this from the from the bill altogether, this section on the Water Advisory Commission. And it leaves the rest of it in. And the reason, my colleague who just spoke got one part really right, that it wasn't discussed very well during the management audit meeting and maybe needs to be discussed further. And the reason I say that and it'll give us a chance to do it because we'll probably go to conference and be able to discuss whether or not we want to change a major policy in what we have. And one is that the citizens establish these advisory boards, or the state engineer has the power to set up elections for these advisory boards. So I think it's a big shift. I think it's something that needs to be talked over. But my intention is not to bring it back to what the bill was. It's to take that portion completely out. It'd be page, whatever I said on the amendment, 12 through 14. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would urge and I vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. We are voting on third reading, Amendment Number 1, Senate File 49. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Senate File 49 having been read 3 separate times. The question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Andrew, Baker, Banks, Bear, Blackburn, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Clausen, Connolly. Aye. Crago, Duncan, Eklund, Ayer, Flitner, Fortner, Gray, Greer excused, Hallinan, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Jennings, Kenner, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson Lloyd, Larson Dan, LeBeau, McGuire, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Oakley, Obermuller, O'Hearn excused, Olson, Ottman, Paxton, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Romero Martinez, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood, Simpson.
Aye.
Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson.
Aye.
Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Larson Lloyd. Excused. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 57 aye, 3 excused.
Senate File 49, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, Senate File 49 has passed the House. So members, you will note, I think you probably received an email that there are bill signings that are starting to occur. So if you plan to be off the floor for bill signings, just let the chief clerk or myself know so that we're not wondering. So we start to have members leaving. Next Senate File 98.
Senate File 98, sponsored by Appropriations. Federal Emergency COVID-19 Relief Funding Limitations, an act relating to the emergency expenses of government being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
We have an amendment. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 98 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, here in amendment number 1, and I'll have 2 of them going here this afternoon, really what we're doing in this amendment is expanding the authority of the chief executive for these discretionary appropriations of $602 and the $604 coming from the feds. And why is this needed? It's needed in the event that the feds change the way that they are or waive or reduce certain limits on these ARPA 602 and $604. And so some possibilities coming up might be highway construction, savings, buildings, those sorts of things. And if we leave the bill in its current form, then we would be limiting what we could use to benefit these dollars for to benefit the state of Wyoming. So I would almost consider this technical in nature because we want to be able to use these funds in the most broad way possible and not limit our chief executive's abilities. And so again, I'd ask for your favorable consideration and answer any questions if there are any.
Questions on the amendment number 1? Chairman Zwanitzer?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I guess my concern is there's still some bills going on this session on amounts and appropriations that we haven't completely concurred on. That being said, I imagine, depending in at least one of the funds, there will be some extra money that has yet to be appropriated. And my understanding is we have 5 years. So thus my concern is giving this flexibility, allowability to the chief executive, even though there may be more money for appropriations by the legislative branch, does this give him authority to take any extra money after this budget session and go ahead and encumber that without any further legislative authorization besides this bill? I'm just asking if there's money left on the table, are we no longer in control of it, and does the chief executive have the power to encumber that however he sees fit after this session, or am I reading that wrong?
Thank you. Representative Newsom, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is similar in the statement that if this conflicts with House Bill 66 or House Bill 6, the Senate File 66. Anyway, if there is a conflict that this piece prevails, and what exactly does that mean?
Thank you. Representative Gray, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm concerned about this amendment. The whole point of this bill is to remove the continuing appropriation of federal funds from the governor's office and that authorization and having that expire because most of these federal funds continue to be appropriated to the state. In fact, I think all of them beyond 2024 even. So we're going to have two more opportunities to appropriate these funds, whatever remains, even though very little remains. And we're taking this one section and saying that, well, that this doesn't apply to this bill. And so I think it removes a lot of authority from the legislature to appropriate. And I just don't see how these funds expire by the time we meet next year. And if they do, then correct me on that, but I highly doubt they do. So please, as of now, please vote no on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member, first time on the amendment? First time on the amendment. Representative Wilson, Chairman Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't had as much time this session to focus on the details of the ARPA. I believe that there's the ARPA Direct and then the ARPA capital project. If it could just, if I could just make sure I understand, do these capital project funds have matching requirements? And if so, how would that play into this? Thank you.
We're on first time on the amendment, first time. Chairman Nicholas on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for clarification, the conserved funds have all been expended. The only thing remaining now are direct fund dollars. And if the bills that are currently on file, if they all pass, there will be no direct dollars left. Right now, there's roughly about 30 million, just for everyone's notice.
Other members, first time. Any other member, first time on the amendment? First time on the amendment. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to be clear, we're referring to the $50 million that are on page 6 of Senate File 98, or of the current Senate file we're discussing, and that's on page 6. There's $50 million. It is just that $50 million that the chief executive has some discretion on, and what this does is just make sure that if the federal side changes some of those requirements and some of those limits and opens them up, makes them more broad, that the chief executive would be able to utilize that and benefit Wyoming to the greatest extent possible. Again, this is just for the $50 million that's in the bill. This is not all federal funds. It's just to try and make sure that we aren't tying our hands, and we want to have every opportunity available. And so this is just to make sure on that particular amount that the chief executive has those opportunities that could be made available. There's a good chance that a chance, I don't know if it's good or bad, but a chance that those changes may not come to fruition, in which case this would not affect the bill at all. This is just to make sure that our opportunities are as broad as possible to do the greatest good for the state of Wyoming. So again, please vote aye on the amendment. And there was another question that I will address in the next amendment coming up. So again, vote aye on amendment number 1, please.
All right, members, we're voting on third reading, amendment number 1, Senate File 98. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, less than 37. The amendment is adopted. We have a second amendment. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I appreciate your time this afternoon. At this time, I would move third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File number 98 and ask for your favorable consideration. And this really addresses the question that was asked in the last discussion about another bill making its way through the process and how those two bills interact. And so the first part of this bill, which is really everything from line 1 through line 9, really ensures that the $50 million of discretionary ARPA direct funds to the chief executive are not appropriated twice. And we want to make sure we don't appropriate them twice, because if we do, then we've overexpended our ARPA direct. And so this just clarifies that it only will be expended once. It's the same pot of money, and that's, again, lines 1 through 9 is really what we're working on there. And then the second part of the amendment, it clarifies that Senate File 98 would control over provisions that conflict in Senate File 66. And so again, it's just, we have to have these kind of things to make sure when there are multiple bills addressing the same concepts, which one takes precedence over the other. And so that's what this does. It's again, I think, very, very appropriate at this time on this piece of legislation. Ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on any member first time. First time, my apologies. First time. Representative Washut, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaker, just a quick question here. It seems like it ought to go the other way, that Senate File 66 should bind, being that that's the vote of the body, on lots and lots of funds, and that Senate File 98 should only apply for those things, should not conflict with 66, I guess is the easy way to say it. So I guess I'm curious why we should prefer to have 98 trump 66 rather than 66 trump 98.
Any other member first time? Representative Gray, first time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to be clear on what's happening in this amendment and how it interacts with the last one. I mean, the last one does not just refer to when the chief executive is given more authority by the federal government. It says that it's continuously appropriated to the governor. And then this amendment says that anything having to do with these $50 million of funds, this act overrides, which based on the last amendment means that the governor is able to, the chief executive is able to do whatever he wants. And so it's basically, I mean, this is not just in the situation of when the federal government issues new guidance. These two amendments have totally given the authority on this $50 million to the chief executive. Thank you.
Any other member first time? First time on the amendment. First time on the amendment. Representative Stith on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just to clarify here, I don't think it's the same pot of money because our first amendment dealt with capital projects, which is section 604. And just to ask for the sponsor of the amendment to clarify, it seems that this amendment is directed not to section 604 dollars, but rather directed to the section 602 ARPA direct dollars. But if I'm wrong about that, please let me know. So I think it's different pots of money here because we've got in the $50 million discretionary that we've got in Senate File 66, that is section 602 ARPA direct. Our first amendment we just talked about a moment ago was section 604 capital projects. So I think they're different pots of money. So on and for.
Thank you. Any of the members first time? Representative Larson Lloyd, first time on the amendment.
So this amendment that's coming out now,
Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for being so patient. Folks, this amendment kind of come out as a result of some information that staff found where the Senate, the U.S. Senate has approved an amendment to this bill that will allow further discretion to states on how they can use ARPA direct dollars, broaden it out. It hasn't gone through Congress, the House yet. But in the event that it does, and the governor has the ability to use that $50 million, we've got him restricted between 2 points. This would allow him to use it for other things, within the Treasury guidance, but it broadens it out, and we want him to have that flexibility, and thought that would be important in this bill.
We're on first time on the amendment. First time on the amendment. First time. Second time, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, I think 2 speakers ago, to answer his question, Senate File 66 has those 604 dollars in there. And this amendment, in tandem with the last one, because the last one says that he has discretion, is continuously appropriated. Now there's a conflict with Senate File 66 on those $50 million. That's the dollars, the internet, the internet tranche. And then with this amendment, it's saying that this act overrides. So in tandem, these 2 amendments have basically undone, or at least given the chief executive the authority to undo the appropriations in that area of Senate File 66. Thank you.
Any other member first time? If anybody had tranche on their bingo card, you should mark it right now. Anyone else first time or second time? Second time. To the sponsor, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, I don't believe these undo this at all. This actually gives more clarification to what we've been trying to do. I would consider this to be more cleanup in nature than anything else brought to us by others that are working on this. They work in the executive branch, they work on the legislative behalf, and they came to a consensus and said they would like to see this kind of language in here so that there's good clarity and good path forward so everyone knows what was intended by the legislature. Again, 2 pieces to this. One ensures we aren't double appropriating the $50 million, and the other, it decides which bill carries forward and overrides in the event of conflicts. This has nothing to do if there's no conflict between the 2 bills. It's only in the event of the conflicts. And really, there should be very limited conflicts, but it does just provide that clarity between our branch and the executive branch. And both branches had came together and asked this be brought forward. Please vote aye.
Thank you. Members, we are voting on third reading amendment number 2, Senate File 98. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. Senate File 98, having been read 3 separate times. The question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew, Baker, Banks, Bear, Blackburn, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Clausen, Connolly,
Aye.
Crago, Duncan, Eklund, Ayer, Fletner, Fortner, Gray, Greer excused, Hallinan, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Jennings, Kenner, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson Dan, LeBeau, McGuire, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Oakley, Obermuller, O'Hearn excused, Olson, Ottman, Paxton, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Romero Martinez, Roscoe, Schwartz, Sherwood, Simpson,
Aye.
Summers, Stith, Stivar, Sweeney, Walters, Washit, Western, Wharf, Williams, Wilson,
Aye.
Winter, Yin, Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Olson? No. Closing vote. The vote is closed. 45 aye, 13 no, 2 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the House, Senate File 98 has passed the House. All right, members, as I mentioned, when we started, we're going to do concurrence on House Bill 100. We're at that order of business. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move message number 204 on House Bill 100, redistricting of the legislature, and will ask you to vote no. Let me take a couple of minutes just to give you an idea of the tortured trajectory that our good redistricting bill went through in the other body down the hall. A total of 11 amendments were adopted, in sometimes interesting orders, but basically after it left this body, it went to the committee, at which point our good committee, joint committee down the hall, put our plan back into deviation. As you'll remember, it left here with one area of the state above deviation at our request, and this body felt that was necessary. And so our good colleagues didn't like that, but amended that out. It went to the floor in first reading. Several cleanup amendments, primarily due to southeastern Wyoming, due to a rather significant amendment this body put on in the House. Then it got to second reading over there, and as you probably all well know, the plan changed to a 60 House, 30 Senate map, which then required another 7 amendments of cleanup, including, as you'll see on, I think, page 3 of your concurrence request, they did add legislative findings, which are not usual in Wyoming, but they felt the need to put the legislative findings you'll see on page 3 and 4 of the concurrence request in there. So now we've ended up with a new plan of 60-30. We do have one area out of deviation, different area, and it's on the low end of deviation instead of the high end, which is concerning to me. And I think it's fair to say that the version passed by the other body has some significant issues, certainly for my county, with a plan that was never looked at for many of the legislators in my county. But I think you've all probably heard from your county clerks, or if not, the association which represents those clerks. That president sent you all an email this morning listing some of the concerns they have. And so I guess I would ask, regardless if you like the 60-30 plan or the 62-31 that we passed out, there is still some significant work on cleaning up some of those lines at the behest of our county clerks and some of our legislators that needs to be done. So happy to answer any questions, but again, asking you to vote no on concurrence for House Bill 100.
Discussion on the concurrence. Discussion on the concurrence. Discussion on the concurrence. Seeing none. Members, we're voting on the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 100. The majority of the elected members is required. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew, Baker, Banks, Bear, Blackburn, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Clausen, Connolly.
No.
Crago, Duncan, Eklund, Ayer, Flitner, Fortner, Gray, Greer excused. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson Lloyd. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Newsom. Nicholas. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn excused. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson.
Aye.
Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Worf. Williams. Wilson.
No.
Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Larson Lloyd. Excused. Newsom. Excused. Sweeney. Confirm your vote. Duncan. No to aye. Andrew. No to, or aye to no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. The vote is closed. 11 aye, 46 no, 3 excused.
By your vote, you have voted not to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 100. We're going to appoint the conference committee, Summers, Zwanitzer, Barlow, chair. Chief. Any announcements? Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your House Appropriations will convene in 5 minutes to finish the Senate File 97, Senate File 82. Ladies and gentlemen, we took public testimony on both of those bills and went to 220, but we have not worked the bill. So we'll work those bills and kick them out so that we can move them around.
Thank you, members. So as you can see, we're in that crunch time. There will be probably some conference committees off the floor during General Committee of the Whole as well, as we have a couple of bills we need to keep moving in the process. Chairman Eklund, do you have an announcement?
Mr. Speaker, so your ag chairman got some days mixed up, and I told you we were going to have an ag issues FFA team with us presenting their program on Thursday morning. It's not. It's tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and I'm sorry for that mix-up. I should really look at a calendar before I presume March 9th is Thursday.
Chairman Eklund, what room is that in?
It'll be in our regular ag room. I think it's committee room 5.
All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning will be the ag issues team. You can make that. I think that's a great opportunity for those young folks and educational for you as well. Any other announcements? Okay. Committee reports.
Senate File 100, sponsored by Senator Landon. Stalking amendments, an act relating to crimes and offenses. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom was referred Senate File 100 engrossed, stalking amendments. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Crago, Larson Dan, Oakley, Olson, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Washit, Yen, Swanitzer. Representative Olson, Chairman. Senate File 106, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss. Wyoming Stable Token Act, an act relating to trade and commerce. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 106, Wyoming Stable Token Act. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes. Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House resolve itself into committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. Chairman Baker.
Committee of whole, please come to order. Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So your committee of the whole, the first 10 on the committee of the whole list will be as the first 10 on the yellow sheet. So it'll be 101, 102, 43, 8, 3, 73, 80, 53, 77, and 81.
Thank you. I'll just take a brief privilege just to update everybody on Bexley. He's gained an ounce of weight since his birth, so he's 3 pounds and 2 ounces now. So yeah. He, my boy just posted the first picture of him on his Facebook page, so it's gonna be public. But he's still got lots of tubes and stuff running everywhere, and lots of feeding tube and all that stuff. So a long road ahead. But just wanted to also share. I know that I shared this last year, but I have a proverb that says, "When pride comes, then comes shame, but with the humble is wisdom." So again, I just encourage us all to be humble so that we can be wise. So the first bill for our consideration is Senate File 101. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 101, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss. Ephedrine and Naxaline Administration Authority, an act relating to public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred Senate File 101. Ephedrine and Naxaline Administration Authority. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Connolly, Flitner, Hallinan, LeBeau, Ottman, Stivar, Worf, Wilson. Excused, Representative Romero Martinez. Representative Wilson, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Olson? Oh, Wilson. Wilson. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Chairman Wilson, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report and do so with the recommendation that Senate File 101 do pass. There are no standing committee amendments, and I will turn the explanation of the bill over to the good representative from House District 33.
Representative LeBeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring to you Senate File 101. And what this legislation does is it's a very complicated bill. This legislation goes into the Emergency of Administration of Opiate Antagonist Act. And you're going to see on page 2 of the bill, we change it to the Medical Treatment Act. And then we simply go through the entirety of that act and allow for the opportunity for a general prescription for an epinephrine auto-injector, so an EpiPen, under the same circumstances where we have the authority for a naloxone general prescription, thereby providing the authority to an entity, which we will see defined on page 2. It's expanded to explicitly include the college over the hill, community colleges, because there was some question as to whether this act previously would have covered them under entity. So this provides clarity. There are also requirements under the previously existing statute for training from the pharmacy and an assurance by the pharmacy to make sure that those organizations demonstrate a specific need for having a need for a general prescription. This bill provides broader coverage for EpiPens so that we have another option on the table to provide life-saving measures and potentially save a life with this legislation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any discussion on the bill? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Wilson's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 101 do pass, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 101 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 102. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 102, sponsored by Senator Hicks. Second Amendment Protection Act, an act relating to the regulation of firearms and the protection of constitutional rights. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 102 engrossed, Second Amendment Protection Act, respectfully reports, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Crago, Oakley, Olson, Rodriguez-Williams, Washit, Sawanitzer. Noes, Representatives Larson Dan, Provenza, Yin. Representative Olson, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 102 do pass. And Mr. Chairman, I would like to further move the adoption of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 102. I will briefly take the explanation of that easy little amendment, and then I'll turn over the explanation of the bill. The amendment, Mr. Chairman, simply brings into explicitly the definition when we're talking about firearms, that we are also talking about firearm accessories, magazines, and ammunition. That's all the Standing Committee Amendment does. I take any questions on that.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the Standing Committee Amendment? Okay, question being called on the Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 102. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, please say aye. Those opposed? Okay, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 has passed the Committee of the Whole. We are back on the bill. Chairman Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the explanation of this bill, I will turn it over to the good representative from Sheridan County.
Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So folks, this is the bill that you've all been waiting for. I have no doubt that you guys are all waiting with bated breath for this one. So a little bit of background to this bill. It's been worked on for a number of months. It's been helped to be drafted with cooperation from other legislators, some Second Amendment groups. Personally, having met with a number of our law enforcement agencies. And with that, I'll kind of walk you through the bill. So on page 2, we get into kind of a declaration. It's the authority of the Second and the 10th Amendments. Go into the lines 8 through 15. The Prince versus United States came out of the Brady Act, and the decision out of that had to do with the anti-commandeering doctrine. So we're making a statement here that that's what we're founding this bill on. On page 3, we're going through on line 7. The important thing to pick up there is the unconstitutional act. And a lot of people might have the question to that, what would that be? Well, in the end, that's decided by a court. And so this would say that all political subdivisions of this state are prohibited from using personnel or funds to enforce things that the government might decide to impose upon the citizens of our states. So section B, 13 through 19, it protects the idea of the current law enforcement from being able to carry out their current duties. We don't want to hamstring them from their current obligations of protecting citizens, say in a drug enforcement or something of that nature. And I would only add one more thing. It's a very short, sweet bill. I know there's a lot of contention out there in this. Leaving the lobbyist aspect out of this, I have yet to have a single individual from our law enforcement community, individual, not lobbyist, call me up and tell me why they don't want to support this. So I think it has a lot of support, and with that, I'll let the debate begin.
Discussion on the bill? Yeah. Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are we on the bill or on the amendment? Okay.
We are on the bill.
So I just wonder, a question for the bringer of the bill. There appear to be no sanctions or any repercussions if law enforcement violates this particular law. And I'm wondering if that was intentional or an oversight and what those sanctions might look like were they to be amended in. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill? Representative Jennings.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And actually, my oversight to the good representative, Section C actually addresses that question, and we just amended the actual language in. It was pulled from the Wyoming Gun Freedom Act of 2010, and the penalty is a $2,000 fine and up to 1 year in jail. And that was the amendment that we just adopted.
Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yet, just to clarify that, I did gloss over that in my amendment, only because it wasn't a substantive change. The bill cited to 6-8-405B as the penalty, and all the other half of what that amendment did was take verbatim the language of that statute, just plug it right into the bill so that it was very clear what the penalty is. So just wanted to clarify that.
Further discussion? Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We still have an amendment. I just want to know if you want me to move that yet or not.
Representative Burt, go ahead and move the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 102 and ask for your favorable consideration. I want to thank the bringers of the bill for working to keep our Second Amendment rights protected and to keep moving Wyoming in the right direction. For firearm freedom, I offer this amendment to give our state more tools to push back on the federal overreach and address some of the concerns that have been brought to us over the past few days. This short amendment simply bars our local and state officials from being deputized by any federal agency to enforce firearm regulations, which is the way the federal government uses to go after our gun rights. This amendment also bars any of our local and state agencies from taking federal funds for firearm regulation purposes, which further bolsters the purpose of the bill. As we watch thousands of innocent bakers, bankers, and farmers take up arms in the defense of their families, lives, and nation, we should all see the imperative need for our gun rights to be protected. We go through quick on the amendment itself. We're looking at page 3, line 17 after section. We'll delete the balance. And then on page 3, line 18 and 19, it is a little confusing when it says we're going to delete entirely, and then it looks like we're going to reinsert some of the language back into it. That's kind of just to clean up the language so we're not cutting lines in and paste lines out. I'll read that after we get into it. It'll actually read out. So it'll say on section 9-14-203, section B, nothing, and it'll read as such. Nothing as act shall limit or restrict the public servant as defined in Wyoming statute from providing assistance to federal authorities for purposes not specifically identified in subsection A of this section. No Wyoming governmental entity shall accept federal funds for the enforcement of any federal regulations or firearms, firearms accessories, magazines, ammunition that infringes on or impedes the free exercise of individual rights, guaranteed under the Second Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. The second portion of this on page 3, line 19, we insert a new section C, which will read, no local or state law enforcement officials shall be deputized or otherwise utilized by any federal agency for the purpose of enforcing any federal regulations, firearms, firearms accessories, magazines, ammunition that infringes on or impedes the freedom exercise of individual rights guaranteed under the Second Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. And then the last section will remove the original C, becomes D. With that, I will urge an aye on the amendment to help shore up the bill and an aye on the bill. Or aye on the amendment as well as an aye on the bill. Thanks.
Further discussion on Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, Representative Jennings.
Members, while I think this is a well-intentioned amendment, I'm not sure that it's thought all the way through, and I think it could have the effect of maybe a poison pill type thing. I don't think that was the good bringer's intent. I'm sure that he is clearly a very good Second Amendment proponent, but I'm going to ask you to vote no. Let's keep this bill. We've collaborated on it for months. Let's keep this bill nice and clean. Please vote no.
Representative Henderson on the Committee of the Whole Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this is a basic bill. It makes some sense. I'd urge you to resist this amendment. I think it clutters the bill. I'd urge you to vote no.
Further discussion? Okay. Sensing you're ready for the question. Question on Committee of the Whole. Oh, Representative Wilson, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My hand was actually up on the original discussion on the bill, and I'll just hold off and you can maybe circle back to me after we return to the bill.
I apologize, Chairman Wilson. So on Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, all those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, please say aye. Those opposed? Okay, we're back on the bill. Senate File 102, further discussion. Chairman Wilson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do have a question. You know, not being an attorney, I often think of sort of anecdotal type questions, I guess. But what I'm just curious about how, let's just say the local sheriff's office, how the local sheriff's office decides right then when the feds call them up and ask for a ride along on some visit to some citizen, whether it impedes the free exercise of the Second Amendment. And so I'm going to make up an example. It could have been, but so like, let's say my father-in-law, who, this isn't him because he's deceased, but suppose he had neglected to get his tax stamp for his suppressor, which I don't think he had a suppressor either. So no one can turn him in for this because I'm kind of making it up, although it could have easily been him if you knew my father-in-law. And so the feds decide to go pay a visit to him to, you know, arrest him or question him about his failure to get the tax stamp. You know, whether it might be debatable whether or not the tax stamp is a impeding, I'm not sure what the noun of that is, whether it impedes the free exercise. I have to admit that lately I would actually feel more comfortable on my father-in-law's side if a local sheriff's deputy who probably knew him were going along and it wasn't just the feds knocking on his door. So I guess if I could just hear a little bit, I mean, you know, I have voted for every pro-gun bill that's been in the legislature in my 10 years. So I'm certainly not opposed to that, but I just want to understand how this might play out, looking at, especially at page 3, paragraph A. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Chairman Olson, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will attempt to answer that if I understand the question right. And I mean, I think the good chairwoman probably answered the question in her question. Who makes the decision is obviously local law enforcement. They're going to have to make a decision whether to enforce something or not enforce something. And, you know, in testimony, I guess that exact question wasn't asked, but I didn't hear any testimony from local law enforcement that they had any reservation about enforcing it, or in other words, that they questioned who would enforce it, how they would enforce it, that they were nervous about any type of enforcement. In fact, I just heard the opposite from 23 sheriffs and police chiefs testifying on this bill, that they felt very comfortable with the language in subsection A on page 3, which I think is what we're talking about, and their need to interpret, as I think is the question of the good chairman of Labor and Health, that yes, they would have to absolutely interpret, but you know, that's part of why I suppose your local law enforcement, when we're talking about your sheriffs in particular, are elected, because they do have some responsibility. And so I don't know if that really answers the question, but all I can say is we didn't have any reservations from local law enforcement on the reality that they would be making those judgment calls.
Thank you. Further discussion on Senate File 102. Representative Washit, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regard to the Chairman of Labor Health's question, normally what happens is when a federal agency is asking for a state or local agency to assist, there's a sit down, there's a discussion about what the case involves and what role they want local law enforcement to play. And during that discussion, I think it would be apparent to the local law enforcement agencies whether they are being asked to engage in something that's been ruled unconstitutional by a court or not. And if it has been ruled unconstitutional by a court, they would tell the federal agency, we're not going to participate in that. So that'd be my take on your question.
Further discussion, Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a touchy subject for the Freedom Caucus. It divides us, but like always, we're here to do the work for the people. So we're going to stand strong on our beliefs and what we're representing. All I want to say for right now is I don't want to cause a division in our caucus, but all I want to say is I'm not for 102. It's weekend verbiage. It's not the bill that we need to bring forward this year. I know everybody's in fear of their Second Amendment rights, but if we don't get this bill right, it's not going to mean nothing anyways. If we pass it here in the House today, third reading, I'll do amendment to delete the enacting clause so both sides can truly get it out into the public view so everybody knows every angle of what's going on with this bill, because I don't know if we can do it justice by just saying don't vote for it or vote for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Worf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too am going to stand up and urge this body to resist. As you know, I had a bill that was voted down by this body, and I think it's unfortunate. This bill, in my opinion, doesn't go far enough. In fact, it alleges that it provides support for the citizenry of this state, and I don't believe that's the case. And I would have much rather that we had both these bills discussed so that this body could have actually weighed the evidence. We've seen letters of opposition from all of our county sheriffs last year. We now see letters of support for this legislation. And I guess I ask this body, what's changed? And I'll tell you what's changed. They recognize that this bill does not hold their feet to the fire. They can get out of the accountability to the citizenry, and they are not held accountable. So I urge this body to resist this bad legislation. It's a compromise on our Second Amendment rights. Vote no.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So looking at this, I mean, the question really is civil or criminal. That's the decision we have to make. One is a civil side, where the civil place where you can come and actually bring lawsuit against a law enforcement agency, or criminal, where the process is already in place for them to be held accountable. I think at the end of the day, this is what we really need to realize. What protects us? A sheriff taking an oath to the Constitution? That should protect us. Do we need this? Sure, we should put it into place. But you really have to ask at the end of the day, is there ever a perfect situation or a perfect answer? And the answer to that is no, because it all goes back to a judge saying, yes, that's unconstitutional, or an attorney general saying that's unconstitutional, or a sheriff saying that's unconstitutional. Well, it all goes back to our interpretation of the Constitution. Our Second Amendment is very clearly spelled out in our Constitution. It should be protected from a federal government. Is this the best answer? We have two very, very polarizing sides on that. But at the same time, this is moving in that direction, in the right direction, I feel. And I believe it's something that we need to put into statute, we need to move forward with. But really, it comes down to what's constitutional and who's going to uphold that. That's the answer that really needs to be answered here. And I don't know if any legislation is going to change that. Because at the end of the day, if people aren't willing to look at the Constitution, interpret the Constitution, then we're really, honestly, at a kind of an impasse. So I believe that we need to move this forward and continue the conversation. But really, we need to uphold what our Constitution says, period, in this nation, which seems to be the issue anymore.
Thank you. Further discussion on Senate File 102, Representative Jennings.
I guess I would only add one more thing to it. Listen, if you have the time, why, look it up and see. When you look to the criminal penalties, you'll find that if we actually pass this, it has a 1 year, $2,000 fine and a 1 year in jail. You'll find that that's the strongest SAPA legislation out there on the criminal side of this. Please vote yes.
Okay, sensing no further discussion, all those in favor of Chairman Olson's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 102 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 102 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 43. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 43, sponsored by Senator Wassenberger. Community College District Elections, an act relating to community college district elections. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 43 engrossed, Community College District Elections. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Andrew, Brown, Harshman, Nyman, Newsom, Obermueller, Paxton, Summers. Excused, Representative Connolly. Representative Paxton, Chairman.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Chairman Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 43 do pass. There are no amendments, and I turn the explanation over to the good speaker.
Speaker Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So members, I bring you Senate File 43. This is a follow-up to the bill we passed last year, Senate File 83, that allowed the citizens of Campbell County to vote for a new community college district. I'm pleased to announce on August 17th of last year, after our authorization to proceed with that election, that the community did vote to establish a new community college district. So I thank you for that opportunity, and my community thanks you for that. As we continue to unravel the intricacies of establishing a new community college district, which the members of this body will remember has not occurred since 1968, with a fairly major revision in 1968 in the law, and a subsequent one in the early 90s, 92, 93, regarding the formation of community college districts, we found there was a couple of disconnects, a couple of things that got dropped in the process. So, Mr. Chairman, what this bill does is it picks up those couple pieces. The first piece, and there's an interconnection between Title 21, which is education, community colleges are in education, in the education title, and Title 22, which is the elections law. And this is what occurred in 93, was we put community colleges in the election law as well. Prior to that, it all had been in the education law. But a few things got dropped. So I'm going to walk you quickly through the bill and what this bill does. And I guess overall what the bill does is it allows the community college districts that are formed to have staggered terms, because there was no way to do that in our current statute. Staggered terms, as you know, every 4 years, no more than a majority of the members can be elected unless there's a vacancy of some sort. So what this does, and there's in statute, current statute, there's regular boards, regular elections, and initial boards, initial elections. So what we're doing with this bill is making that differentiation. So you'll see that page 1, lines 3, initial board. Then you go down to line 19, regular election. And that's why we're trying to differentiate between these two things. And then page 3 of the bill, this is the heart of the bill, and this is how you get your staggered elections. Recall I said in the early 90s there was a change, taking some of the election law and putting it in the election code and out of this law, where they left some things in that are just hanging chads, for the lack of a better term, but they didn't allow the staggering. So there's new language on this page there's strikeouts that gets rid of the old way that we went to elections, which was May elections and things like that. We went to our new form, which is in Title 22, even though this is Title 20, it refers to Title 22, and you'll see that what we have is that second succeeding general election. This is line 13 through 20. The board is elected, and the top 4 getters get 4-year terms, and the next 3 get 2-year terms. So then you naturally come into that rotation of half the board, at least no more than half the board can be elected at any one time. Page 4, this is actually just a cleanup that it didn't make any sense that the Community College Commission was notifying the new board members that they'd been elected. It's like a county clerk job, so it didn't make any sense. The county clerk was sending a notification to the commission was sending it to the candidates. And then this is just some clarification of when that new board starts, because that was not in our current statute. These are some of the things that got left out. And then date of elections. And Mr. Chairman, that is it. All we're doing is picking up some pieces that got left out and being able to have a staggered election, staggered terms for new community college districts. So I'd stand for any questions, and if there are none, I'd call for the question on Senate File 43.
Okay, any other discussion? Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Paxton's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, to do so with the recommendation that Senate File 43 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 43 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 08. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 8, sponsored by Agriculture, Weed and Pest Reorganization, an act relating to weed and pest control. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom was referred Senate File 8, engrossed, Weed and Pest Reorganization. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Clausen, Eklund, Fortner, Heiner, Larson, Dan, Wharf, Winter. Excused, Representatives Blackburn and Western. Representative Eklund, Chairman. Senate File 8 was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 8, engrossed, Weed and Pest Reorganization. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Eklund?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with recommendation that Senate File 8 do pass. And I further turn the explanation over to my colleague on the Ag Committee who lives by the waters that are green.
Thank you. Representative Heiner, please
Thank you,
proceed.
Mr. Chairman.
I bring you Senate File 8, which is a reorganization and transferring of duties for noxious weeds and pests from the state lands to the Department of Agriculture. This is similar to what's being done throughout the state on lands that are not state lands. It's being administered by the Department of Agriculture. And you'll see that this is making smaller government and saving costs. So two good things for us. So what this is doing is it's taking those responsibilities that the Department of Agriculture is already doing and reinforcing that opportunity for them to take care of the state land. So, you know, weeds make for bad neighbors. And if you don't take care of your weeds, whether it be on your lawn or on your state lands, it makes for bad neighbors. And last year, the State Office of State Lands cut their budget on the level 2 budget cuts and took all of the money out for weed control. Well, they have no budget this year in the next biennium either for weed control. So what this does is gives that responsibility and opportunity to the Department of Agriculture, and it's actually going to reduce costs. So typically the state lands budgets $750,000 per biennium for weed and pest control, and the state lands or the Department of Agriculture is only needing $300,000. So that's a 60% drop in cost, pretty significant. So going into the bill, on page 2, Mr. Chairman, I move Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 08, and that's on page 2, just to clean up. And the way it will read is for any lands belonging to state of Wyoming and under the control of the Board of Land Commissioners. So a little bit of cleanup there to make it a little easier to understand. So I move that amendment and ask for the question if there's no discussion.
Is there any discussion? We're on Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 8. Representative Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question on the amendment. What's the purpose of the distinction? Could you give me an example of a land that we, as the state, don't own, but that is under our control?
Representative Heiner.
So there's also state parks and other lands that we don't control, that we want to distinguish between those.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is a little bit it's on that same sentence. Although I might be going in the opposite direction of the previous inquirer. So with the amendment, it would say for any lands belonging to the state of Wyoming and under the control. So, and as you all know, I'm not any kind of land person or ag person, but say if you had some sort of a lease, does that remove the land from the control of the state? You know, if a person's got a grazing lease or something, and don't we still actually want some oversight about the weed and pest control needs? It seems to me that a couple of years ago, we had some discussion about that. So I just want to make sure that with the deletion of the or and putting in and instead, that we have gathered in everybody that we want.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson. Representative Heiner. Oh, Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Chairman, so to answer the question concerning who has control of the land, it would still be the land of the Board of Land Commissioners. The leasee would not have control of the leasee may manage the treatment of noxious weeds or other things, or pests, but it'll be under the control of the state land managers.
Further discussion on Standing Committee Amendment number 1. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Boy, this is an important area. We need to get it right. I know in my time on the Ag Committee, we talked about raising the amount of charge, across the state each year to get more in line with the country. I think in your introduction, you referenced to the lack of funding. How will this help that? And then in terms of the, the lessening of the bureaucracy, by golly, if this takes out that level that we put in a couple of years ago and then simplifies the, from the top down, I'm all for it. But if it doesn't, I'm not there yet. Thank you.
Further discussion? Okay, we're on standing committee amendment number 1. Okay. Rodriguez Williams, sorry, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and in favor of the amendment and in favor of the bill, I think this could do really good things for state lands, and I really value our weed and pest services in my county, and so I just urge an aye vote.
Okay, further discussion? Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, on and for the bill. What you're looking at is also other lands that are taken under control by the state. Let's say, for example, if you come in and have a road project that would come in. I have had this situation where they come in, take a certain number of acres, have stockpiles on those. Those are also areas that they would take care of and do responsible weed management with the landowners. And so there's multiple points in this that state responsibility would be over. And so, and it also, I've served on the board that takes care of weeds and other noxious problems. And that was a nice thing that, as I looked at this legislation, it takes a step out. And so we worked very closely with the state, but when this state funding was reduced, then it fell back onto the landowners adjacent or the leaseholders. This would provide that opportunity that many times those dollars that are available through the mills in the local counties would be able to help support this and get these weeds taken care of, which are desperately necessary, especially on our state and public lands. So on and for the legislation.
Okay, we're still on standing committee amendment number 1. All right. Question being called on standing committee amendment number 1. All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1, please say aye. Those opposed, no. All right, standing committee amendment number 1 has passed the committee of the whole. We're back on the bill. Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the state lands, there's about 5 or 6 million acres in the state of Wyoming. Now, 86% of that are school lands. And so you'll see on page 3, lines 14 and 15, there's appropriated $258,000. That's 86% of the $300,000 appropriation needed. The other lands within the state that are non-school lands, because you can't use school foundation money for non-school lands, that's on lines 9 through 10 on page 4, and that's $42,000. So the other thing that's significant about this bill is it requires a 1-for-1 match, dollar for dollar. So that's how we're leveraging that $300,000 to be able to take care of all of the state-managed lands. So the 1-for-1 dollar match, sources of that match may be the weed and pest district funds, the lessee who's leasing the state lands, private foundation grants, federal grants, and state grants. By putting this under the Department of Agriculture, they're able to access a lot more of that grant money and leverage the state money to be more effective. So there's no transfer of assets, just a transfer of responsibility so that we can be more efficient and save a little bit of money in government. I urge an aye vote on this legislation. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, question being called. All those in favor of Representative or Chairman Eklund's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 08 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, Senate File 08 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 03. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 03, sponsored by Transportation, Radioactive Materials Transport Fee, an act relating to commercial vehicle fees. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom was referred Senate File 3, Radioactive Materials Transport Fee, Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Baker, Brown, Burkhart, Henderson, McGuire, Obermueller, O'Hearn, Stivar. Noes, Representative Burt. Senate File 3 was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom was re-referred Senate File 3, Radioactive Materials Transport Fee, respectfully report same back to the House with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Burkhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate File 3 do pass. There are no standing committee amendments, and I turn the explanation over to the good representative from District 9.
Thank you, Chairman, or Vice Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Senate File 3. This is a fairly simple bill, but I'll give you guys some background on it. We actually have a program here in the state of Wyoming that deals with radioactive response equipment and radioactive response training. So we have a lot of radioactive material that flows back and forth through the state. And in order to respond to that, for our first responders, they have to be trained on this, how to handle this in case there was any type of an event. And currently, the way that's paid for is through a $200 fee that is assessed on these nuclear and/or radioactive materials being transformed or transferred through the state. Currently, there's only one real transporter that does this, and they come from a lab up in Idaho and they transport down through Colorado. They're based out of Colorado, and they use our I-80 corridor to get there. This fee was originally imposed back in 1989. So kind of give you guys an idea of how long that's been, I was 2. And when I was 2, they set that fee at $200 and it has not been adjusted since. So at this point, what they are looking at doing is we are raising this fee in accordance with inflation to $450. And this $450 is basically just going to pay for the radioactive training and materials that are required to be utilized during these types of events. So this is an inflationary adjustment, again, has not been adjusted since 1989. And if there's any questions, I'll stand for those.
Okay, further discussion? Chairman Flitner.
Mr. Chairman, who else was 2 in 1989?
Certainly not me. Further discussion on Senate File 3. Okay, sensing you're ready to vote and question being called, all those in favor of Chairman Burkhart's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with recommendation that Senate File 3 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 3 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 73. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 73, sponsored by Management Audit, codifying in the Institutional Land Fund, an act relating to public funds. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 73 engrossed, codifying the Institutional Land Fund, respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Larson Lloyd, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, reading clerk. You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Majority Floor Leader Summers for Senate File 73.
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rise and report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill number 73 do pass, and I need to get a bill before I can explain it.
Thank you, members. Appropriations Committee is off the floor. Okay, Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be honest, I do not know much about this bill. And so what I'm going to ask you all to do is to support it in committee of the whole, and if you have questions, we'll bring it in I didn't realize quickly enough that this was an appropriations bill and they were out, and when it started to read in, I couldn't stop it. So that's where I'm at, and so I would ask for your aye vote.
Chairman, we'll stand by for 1 minute here. All right, we're on the fly here. Representative Gray for a little more discussion on Senate File 73, Management Audit.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my memory on this bill, so the state auditor came in and wanted us to make a couple statutory changes, and one of them was to codify a couple of these funds because they want a direction on what to do. And so that's what this bill does, is it codifies this fund in state statute. So it was off a request from the state auditor, and it was at the January meeting. And it lays out what the fund does. So thank you.
Further discussion on Senate File 73, Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, the state auditor came and explained this to us. Basically, there's a little bit of ambiguity in how it's operated, and so she asked us to codify it so that she could perform her function and not worry about the ambiguity.
Chairman Flitner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just like somebody to explain to me what this particular land fund is. I'm unfamiliar with it, so if somebody could maybe just explain it.
Chairman Zwanitzer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's our institutional land fund, so it's the fund that covers our 5 state institutions. So think about the one in Lander, the one up in the good chairman's neck of the wood, the Sailors and Soldiers Home, the Life Resource Center, the State Hospital. I think there are 5 or 6 of the institutions in the institution land fund, and that's the fund we're discussing. It goes to their support and maintenance and care.
Thank you. Further discussion on Senate File 73? Question being called. All those in favor of, Majority Floor Leader Summers' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 73 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate File 73 has passed Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 80. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 80, sponsored by Water, Omnibus Water Bill Construction, an act relating to water development projects. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2 Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 80 engrossed, Omnibus Water Bill Construction, respectful report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Simpson, Stith, Walters. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
Thank you. So you've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Eklund?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 80 do pass. And I was going to turn it over to the chairman of the Select Water Committee, who was on Zoom not long ago, and I'm wondering if he's not there. There he is. Good. Good. I was ready to go ahead and give a spiel, but he can give a better one.
Thank you. Representative Simpson on Zoom World.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, on Friday, there was a green spreadsheet that was passed out onto all your desks. Would you mind locating that for me? I know it's maybe buried by now. That's the spreadsheet I'd like to go off from to work you through this bill today. So last week or 2 weeks ago, we actually talked about the water omnibus planning bill, and that was a House bill, and now this Senate file is coming over from the other chamber, and this is the construction bill. So hopefully you've been able to find that green sheet on your desk. So let's talk about the cluster, the first group of projects that are mentioned there. So these are new developments, hence you'll see the dollar amount is in the water development account number 1, which is the new development account.
Evan, can you speak up a little bit closer to the mic, please?
I'd be glad to. Thank you. I don't know where my microphone is on this laptop, but I'll talk up. So one thing in that first group that you need to know about, on tabs E, F, G, and H, those 4 projects, the other chamber amended the bill to say that those projects, if they're eligible for ARPA funds, will come out of ARPA funds first. So that was an amendment that came out of the Senate. So you can look down through there on the far right, talks about what the project is all about, for a total of $6.7 million on new development. Let's drop down to the next group of projects. Those are rehabilitation projects, and what those are is like worn out pipes and worn out structures, things like that. And so we're replacing them. You'll notice the dollar amounts come out of WDA, Water Development Account number 2, and those total $17 million. Now there's on item M and item MC, you'll notice those are Goshen Irrigation District projects. They're not related at all. The second one, MC, is the one that relates to the tunnels that collapsed. So if you look over there close under the column that says terms, we see there's a $2.3 million appropriation. So 49% is Wyoming's share. So Nebraska has 51% of the acreage. Wyoming has 49% of the acreage. So we're extending to them a 67% grant and 33% loan, but you'll then see a colon and it talks about 100% loan. So here's what this is for. This is for the environmental work and the engineering design work. And Nebraska hasn't allocated their share yet. We understand they will, but so they needed to do the design and the environmental work completely. So we said to them, we're only going to loan you. We're not going to loan Nebraska any money. And so we'll loan it to you and you can get it back from Nebraska. So that's what the 100% loan is for the 51% of the project costs. We'll be talking to you about the actual costs of that project in a subsequent bill. So that was really the only unusual thing there. So drop down to the third category of projects. Those are the amendments, and you'll see there's very few have dollars attached. They're almost all time extensions. I would draw your attention to the very last line, which is a transfer of funds. So Water Development Account number 2 does not have enough money to fund 5 of these rehabilitation projects. And so we're reaching into account number 1 and transferring water into account number 2 so that all these projects can be successfully completed. So you'll see the totals down there from the planning bill and now the construction bill. The demands on the overall water account are significantly lower this year than what we've seen in the years past. And we attribute that to a misunderstanding of the people. When we had the huge budget crisis last year, people assumed there was no money for any projects. But in reality, this is severance tax money that's just comes directly into the account. So there was money there, but we had fewer applicants. So, Mr. Chairman, that wraps up my comments for the floor. I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Further discussion on Senate File 80, Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize because this question comes up every year, it seems like, but cloud seeding is something that everyone talks about. And I believe that downstream water users, whether interstate or intrastate, also pay for a portion of this cloud seeding. So I was just wondering what portion is borne by the state of Wyoming versus other donations that might be helping out with the cloud seeding costs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll pass that back on to you, Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to need some help from one of my other committee members. I didn't bring my binder home with me back to the motel, and so I need someone to look that up. But each of those two projects have contributing agencies, either Colorado's contributing or else private entities that's benefiting from the water. So if I could get one of my team members to answer that question, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. You're getting some help from Chairman Eklund.
Not sure I can answer it exactly, but I believe on the upper Colorado River Basin, which is the Green River, it's based off of percentages. There's a percentage that's ours coming out of those waters to downstream users, so that'd be Colorado and Arizona and what have you, and it's based off of percentage, and I'm not sure. We've changed that a few times and fought and argued with them, but I better not even say. I'll find that out for second reading if necessary. But it is a shared deal.
Further discussion on Senate File 80. Okay, sensing you're ready to vote. All those in favor of Chairman Eklund's motion that one of the committee of the whole rises to report, I do so with the recommendation that Senate File 80 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, Senate File 80 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 53.
Senate File 53, sponsored by Senator Nethercott. Local Government Liability Pool Amendments, an act relating to the Local Government Insurance Program. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 53, Local Government Liability Pool Amendments. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Clausen, Duncan, Ayer, LeBeau, McGuire, Roscoe, Swanitzer. Noes, Representative Burt. Excused, Representative Blackburn. Representative Swanitzer, Chairman.
Chairman Olson, is this you?
What was the number? 77? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 77 do pass. 73?
53.
Oh, 53. 53 do pass. And I don't have the bill in front of me either.
Okay, we'll stand by.
Give me 1 second. Yeah, this bill did not come through my committee. So I think you need Chairman Swanitzer.
Chairman?
But I would still move it if I could.
Chairman Swanitzer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move in the committee of the whole rise to report it does so with the recommendation that Senate File 53 do pass. There are no standing committee amendments, and I would be happy to present the bill. Basically, we're just doing an update in our local government liability pool when it comes to healthcare providers. So right now, the floor is 500,000 across the board. That's somewhat a national average, or at least was, a decade ago. And now we're finding when it comes to healthcare and incidents, especially when you have doctors and patients in hospitals, they wanted to up the liability to $1 million. So, but I think it's a simple little bill. I do think there are some people who have proposed interim topics to change those numbers and have a greater in-depth look at those. But for the time being, the people that oversee this came to us and asked for this change to be current with where other states are. Would ask for your support.
Okay, further discussion on Senate File 53, Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This bill solves a problem, and the problem is that right now, the liability for the healthcare providers is $1 million. But the local governmental liability pool that they use as their primary insurance, essentially, will only issue a policy for 500,000, right? So what this does is this increases it just so that they can get insurance up to the limit of their liability. If we don't do this, then you've got your local hospital, for example, is on the hook. If there's a judgment for $950,000, then the local governmental liability pool will only cover the first 500, and the hospital's out of pocket the remaining 450. So this just solves the problem. It's a conforming bill, and would ask for your aye vote.
Further discussion on Senate File 53? Seeing none and sensing sorry, Representative Sweeney, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a question on this. Does it also, this is the broad scope of that title, which would apply to, let's say, a fire. And the question being is, we had a major fire in Natrona County that escaped hard winds, took out a number of houses, and it was found that a certain entity was basically liable, which conformed to this particular pool. But my understanding is it's per occurrence, not per claim. So in that particular instance, I think there was 12 or 15 properties wiped out. And when it came time for the claim, the limit was $500,000 for all of those properties, which was a real problem. So does this address only by the total occurrence, or could it be opened up a little broader for each individual claim in that case?
Thank you, Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so I was even kind of surprised when I saw that they were opening the statute, because there's a lot of places in the statute that could generate a lot of controversy. In this specific case, they're really only doing an update for healthcare provider liability. So if you look at that section in law, and I'll pull it up in the bill here real fast, it's any claim brought, and it's in Wyoming Statute 139-110B, which is our healthcare statutes. So it's a very small change. It doesn't address kind of the larger issues of liability from our local government insurance pool. And it's just meant to kind of be conforming to where we are in the country. And everyone kind of promised not to try to do any amendments if we further studied where we are in this regard in the upcoming years. So simple bill, small fix, conforming, not very controversial. Vote aye.
Further discussion on Senate File 53? Okay, question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Zwanitser's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, they do so with the recommendation that Senate File 53 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, Senate File 53 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 77. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 77, sponsored by Senator Ellis. Name change, duration of residency requirement. An act relating to petitions for name changes. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 68, decentralized. Stand by. 7068 on that. Not the standing committee report. Let's go to the next one. Can you go to the next one?
Okay, the reading clerk will read the bill. We're going to go ahead and move past 77 and go on to Senate File 81. The reading clerk will read the bill. Okay, the chief clerk asked to move on, so we're going to move on to the next bill. Apologize. So Senate File 81, the reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 81, sponsored by Senator Hicks. Clarification of existing state ownership of groundwater, an act relating to water. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 81, clarification of existing state ownership of groundwater, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes. Representatives Clausen, Eklund, Fortner, Heiner, Larson Dan, Western, Wharf, Winter. Representative Blackburn excused. Representative Eklund, Chairman.
Thank you. We're trying to get this figured out here. You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Eklund?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 81 do pass, and I further turn over the explanation to my colleague on the river that runs green.
Thank you. We are on Senate File 81. Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this is a fun bill. That's why I volunteered to carry it here, because it is exciting, and I learned a lot studying this. So I'm going to start by quoting the Constitution of Wyoming. Article 8, Section 1 states, "The water of all natural streams, springs, lakes, and other collections of still water within the boundaries of the state are hereby declared to be the property of the state." Now, it doesn't mention groundwater or underground water. While research suggests that that water is likely the state-owned under the Wyoming Constitution, it needs clarification. So when this first came to committee, I was wondering to myself, if it's not expressly stated in the Wyoming Constitution, maybe we need to go in and put that expressly in that article in the Constitution. But as I read a memo that the LSO has prepared for us, there are three main reasons why you don't want to do that. So number one, the legislature may complicate by inferring through its constitutional amendment that the state previously may not have owned the water. Number two, this may give rise to claim against the state for unconstitutional government taking. There was a question if we had it or not, and then we put something in the Constitution here at this late hour that we definitely have it, there's possibility of unconstitutional government taking. And number three, if we chose to go the amendment to the constitutional route, If the amendment fails by a vote of the populace, the failure could be interpreted as an express rejection by the people that the Constitution currently a rejection by the people that the current Constitution does not encompass groundwater. So this piece of legislation is declaratory in nature. It provides statutory clarification as we affirmatively declare the existing law of the land and the ownership of the groundwater by the state, rather than waiting for litigation to arise through an inter- or intrastate water dispute. So since 1947, I believe the date was, we have been appropriating the waters under the ground. And so we have, by default, assumed that we owned that water. This is just clarifying that in statute rather than in the Constitution before litigation arises to demonstrate our intent. And with that, I stand for questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. We are on Senate File 81, and we'll swing back to Senate File 77 after this bill, but Senate File 81, discussion on Senate File 81. Representative Fortner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I voted yes on this Senate File 81, but as I lay awake and think about it the night after, I'm not so sure that the state of Wyoming deserves to regulate this water or have this water. They've allowed dozens of aquifers to be polluted along with watersheds. They've promoted pollution of gas wells, produced water going into the Boysen Dam drainage. They've also, in the past, promoted polluting 80 acres of the Fort Union aquifer. I don't know if responsible government does that kind of thing or not. I would almost recommend that the water go into whoever the water user is, would be the owner of that, much like some of the other states in the United States. That's just my opinion. I think we deserve a lot better water regulations or regulators than we have right now, better oversight. Makes me wonder if putting it in private hands wouldn't be better. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on Senate File 81. Representative Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, folks, the good presenter of the bill directed us to the Constitution, first thing, rightly so, because as we look at the bill, the first line of the bill says pursuant to Article 8, Section 1 of the Constitution, and I guess I have some issues with that. I feel like we're trying to legislate what the Constitution says. We're trying to amend the Constitution through a bill. Now, I'm not sure that's right or wrong. I'm not sure I know where I stand on the policy. There's a lot of things that enter into that. We can regulate water whether we own it or not. Whether the state owns the water or not, we can regulate uses between people. We don't necessarily have to own the groundwater. So this is a big, this isn't a simple bill. It's simple in language, but in concept, it's very important. And I think we all need to sit back and think about it before we take a final vote on the bill. As I stand here, like I said, I'm not necessarily for or against, but dig into it, give it a lot of thought before we hit third reading, because this is a policy change and it's a big one. It's a big one, and Wyoming case law has never decided who owns groundwater. In fact, if you actually go read the cases, it would probably tell you that it's opposite of what we're trying to do here. It's not necessarily congruent with what we're trying to do in this bill. Not saying that's right or wrong. Just think we all need to know exactly what we're getting ourselves into before we take the final vote on that. So just look at it a little bit. Thanks for your consideration.
Further discussion, Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, so I wish I understood more about water, because I do think it is one of the most valuable resources that's under state control. So I do want to understand whether there are side effects to this. How do we treat underground water now? And does this change how we currently treat underground water with regards to wells or anything else. So any advice or discussion on that would be very helpful to me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Eklund.
So I'm not as familiar with case law as our good country lawyer, our new good country lawyer is. What I do know is that when the Constitution came into play, they only dealt with the surface waters. They saw no need to, you could barely, hand digging wells was kind of the way they did it. Nobody thought about irrigating that way. There was a lot of other water. We have a lot of hydrology that indicates that all of the waters of Wyoming are tied together. We've got underground aquifers that are dependent on the stream flows and the mountain runoff and whatever to fill these aquifers constantly. This is just a clarification. We could get into a real pickle if, for instance, if the state of Wyoming doesn't own these waters as well, how can they regulate them? And they have been since 1947 is what I was told here. I think it's a clarification of what we do, and there were other states that got into some trouble for not making that clarification before some other case law came before them. Maybe some others can add to that for me.
Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think I'm on the bill, right? I'm a co-sponsor of the bill. And I'm pretty sure I support the bill, but I do think it is a question. We do regulate, the state of Wyoming regulates water, including prior appropriation, as if the state owns it. And the Constitution is a little bit iffy on whether we own it or not. I think that's pretty clear if you read the memo. But certainly we have the right in Wyoming to say that pursuant to the Constitution, that we have the right to regulate that water. I think we have that right. Now, a court could overturn that, right? A court could overturn that in a similar court in a case in New Mexico. The courts determined that in fact the state could regulate that water and did own that water based upon their constitution. So yeah, I think you want to read this bill, but certainly we can create this law. If it's tested in court, it's tested in court. But we have been doing this. We've been regulating water with prior appropriation rights as if we owned water for a long time. So it's not necessarily a change in policy, but it is a question of law, I would say.
Thank you. Representative Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would answer a couple of these questions or give a little bit of clarity. So just like all things constitutional, one piece is a little gray without the other. So I won't repeat section 1 in the Constitution, but section 1 definitely left out underground water. Section 2 is a border control. So it says there shall be constituted a border control to be composed of state engineers, superintendents of the water divisions, shall under such regulations as may be prescribed by law have the supervision of the waters of the state and the appropriation, distribution, diversification, and so on and so on. So I would consider this the gap between section 1 and section 2. And this is just codifies kind of how we do it anyway. It's one of these great theoretical arguments that we may not have a super good answer for, but it sure won't hurt anything. So.
Further discussion on Senate File 81, Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and what we're trying to do here is, Wyoming is a headwater state. Everybody claimed water out of Wyoming. Doesn't matter what direction it flows out of this state. Other states own our surface water and have rights to it that precede a lot of our water rights in the state of Wyoming. The state that was mentioned earlier by the good representative, floor leader, was New Mexico, and the fact that they had to make a quantum leap to try to hang on to their groundwater rights. And so what Wyoming is in fact doing is we're trying to put this codified into our statutes in an effort to support what we've already been doing. We don't want to sit here and be ready to have to fight for our rights to keep our water in our state when we can take a proactive approach to be able to get this in our statutes. We've had multiple court decisions that have been made. I've got that information from the good Senator Hicks. And these court decisions support Wyoming's ownership of the water, but what we're wanting to do is to get it into statute in an effort that if there is other challenges, then we've got some legs to stand on, because so many other times people have not had it there. And according to our Constitution, it's silent on groundwater. But we've been regulating our groundwater in the state of Wyoming. I currently can't go and drill a well without a permit from the state of Wyoming. And so what they're basically saying is to provide the opportunity not to have other states come in here to be able to take our water or potentially take our water. We want to do this if we possibly can in an effort to establish that right on and for the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go online to Minority Floor Leader Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hello, body. First, I'm going to try out my voice that I haven't used too much, but I do have a question on this bill. I'm looking at that last sentence in section 2 that says that nothing in this act shall be construed to interfere with or modify the existing right of any person to use underground water in accordance with the laws of the state. And so I'm curious if there is an expectation that the rights of future people might be changed or different than those that exist right now if we enact the new section A. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a question for the sponsor and for anyone else, which is, what is the problem that this bill solves? Because I'm just, so far, I've heard a lot of discussion about it. I mean, obviously the state has the power to regulate water right now, so I don't think that's the problem that it's solving. And it seems that this is kind of an odd step to say the government owns the liquid under your ground. I mean, oil is under, if you have oil under your ground, we don't say that the state of Wyoming owns your oil, right? In part because we don't trust the government to just take ownership of our state mineral resources, right? So if the government doesn't own the oil under the ground, why would it own the water under the ground? I mean, I just don't understand what problem we're solving here. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to be honest, I agree with everything that the good representative from District 1 said. I think that's our goal, right? That's what we're trying to do with this particular bill. My question and the reason for me bringing up this conversation is I don't know if as the state we have to own the water, and maybe this is something somebody can answer for me. Do we have to own the water to actually protect the prior appropriation doctrine? I don't think we do. But if there's case law out there that says that, I'd love to see it, or if somebody can point that to me or point me in that direction, that would be fantastic. I just don't know if that's, feel like we might be opening a giant can of worms that we can't put the lid back on, and that's what I don't want to do. I don't want to mess up what we've been doing if it's working. I'm just really nervous about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to reiterate some of the things that have been said here in the last few speakers that, you know, I've had a water attorney reach out to me and say the experts are scratching their heads on this one, that the Constitution's clear, and that this could be opening a can of worms like the previous speaker said. And people just don't understand what the people in the water world don't understand what the purpose of this is, and that the Constitution's clear. So I'm leaning no pretty heavily right now. So thank you.
Further discussion on Senate File 81, Representative Romero Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's kind of it's a gray issue for me here also. So the question was posed, or the comment was made, we could regulate water whether we own it or not. My question would be, if there is a mountain in, let's say, if in the Rocky Mountains, there's a source of water, goes down the mountain runoff, and they've created the proper streams to irrigate specific farmland and certain landowners are getting water and others are not. I guess, is this part of that can of worms that's being opened? And more specifically, it looks like we may be able to do that, but what kind of problems does that open up for those who are trying to get access to the water? Does this bill help landowners with water rights, or does it hurt them? Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So maybe to try and make cohesive the questions from the two lawyers, right? Would this, if we try to assert ownership of the water, would it affect how court cases are determined when it comes to regulating water rights? Because right now we regulate water rights seemingly just fine, but if we assert ownership, does that provide an avenue of attack for a private owner to say that this is not the right way to, you can't regulate ownership because you are, quote unquote, the taking of water? So I don't know. And I think that's, a good question for probably other attorneys that would participate in water law, to be able to tell us whether this bill is actually necessary for us to regulate water, or maybe we should just be regulating water the way we already do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Water, as my dad said, is caused more fights than bar fights have. Especially in the dry West, water is very, very precious and is becoming even more so with the conditions of drought that we're experiencing and we may experience in the future. So what we're trying to do is clarify the ownership before it gets into litigation. So what's the other side of this coin? Either we own it as a state, or what the ownership is what's called a riparian water right, which is the doctrine of riparian water rights. And this doctrine says that the owner of the land has absolute ownership and dominion over underlying waters that he can capture and has the right to reasonable use of such water. So that affects everyone downstream. And we know that the groundwater does flow. If the landowner decides to impede the flow of this water, take it out through huge wells on his own property, it affects springs and water downstream as that water is depleted. So if we resort to the doctrine of riparian water rights, I think it'll have a huge effect on our state as individual surface landowners are able to utilize the water, sell the water, and affect all of those around us. So we got to think seriously about the implications and ramifications. Do we want the state to own the water? And if we do want the state to own the water, we need to make a declaratory statement right now to clarify that and not wait until there's litigation to step in and try and resolve the issue. So I would urge that we go forward with this. There may be some things we need to do to clarify it, but this is the time. If not now, when? When do we want to clarify this? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further discussion on Senate File 81. Question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Eklund's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, to do so with the recommendation that Senate File 81 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please rise. All those opposed, please rise. Okay, the bill has failed a standing division vote 24 to 25. So Senate File 81, no, let's see here, where are we at? Senate File 81, having failed a standing division vote, a roll call vote is required. Chief Clerk, will you call the roll for Senate File 81?
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear. Blackburn. Brown. Burkhart. Burt. Clausen. Connolly.
Aye.
Rego. Duncan. Eklund. Air. Flitner. Fortner. Gray. Greer excused. Hallinan. Haroldson. Harshman. Excused. Heiner. Henderson. Jennings. Kenner. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Excused. Larson Dan. LeBeau. McGuire. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Excused. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn excused. Olson. Ottman. Paxton. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Romero Martinez. Roscoe. Schwartz. Sherwood. Simpson.
Aye.
Summers. Stith. Stivar. Sweeney. Walters. Washit. Western. Wharf. Williams. Wilson.
Aye.
Winter. Yin. Zawanitzer. Mr. Speaker. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Closing vote. McGuire. Closing vote. Nicholas. Excused to aye. Harshman, excused to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. The vote is closed. 33 aye, 24 no, 3 excused.
Okay, Senate File 81 has passed Committee of the Whole with a recorded vote. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 77. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 77, sponsored by Senator Ellis. Name change duration of residency requirement. An act relating to petitions for name changes. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 77 engrossed, name change duration of residency requirement, respectful report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Craigo, Larson Dan, Oakley, Olson, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Washit, Yen, Swanitzer. Representative Olson, Chairman.
Thank you, reading clerk. This gavel says that we're the hardest working house in America, and we are proving it again today. Chairman Olson, what is your pleasure?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with recommendation that Senate File 77 do pass. There are no amendments, and this will go very quickly, body, because this is a very simple bill. All it's doing is going in and adjusting an archaic provision in law that's existed almost since the foundation of our state. This deals with a name change. When you want to file for a name change, very specifically, the law required that you be a resident of the county that you petition in and that you be a resident for 2 years, which is really, really restrictive. The original bill peeled off that county requirement and also brought it down to what most states do, which is like a 60 to 90-day residency period. The good body across the hall actually adjusted that to a 6-month period, which I guess is a lot more reasonable than 2 years. So all this bill does now is require that if you want to change your name, you have to be a resident of Wyoming as a whole, and that you have to have resided in Wyoming for 6 months before you file your petition. That's all. And I'll take any questions, Mr. Chairman. Otherwise, I would very much like an aye vote, and then maybe we can adjourn.
Thank you. Further discussion? Okay, question being called on Senate File 77. All those in favor of Chairman Olson's motion that the one committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 77 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, Senate File 77 is passed committee of the whole. We have one more bill that we're going to do, and that is Senate File 11. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 11, sponsored by Senator Anderson. Display of state flag, an act relating to a state flag. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 11, display of state flag. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Flitner, Haroldson, Jennings, Knapp, Newsom, Sweeney, Williams, Winter. Representative Flitner, Chairman.
Thank you, reading clerk. You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Flitner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 11 do pass. I further move the standing committee amendment, and with an explanation of bill and the amendment, I give you the representative from District 2.
District. Representative Williams, please proceed on the standing committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you Senate File 11. I will address the bill first and address the amendment at the appropriate time. This bill updates an old statute that prohibited the legal display of a historic Wyoming flag. In 1916, the Wyoming state flag was designed by Miss Verna Keyes in response to a contest sponsored by the Wyoming chapter of Daughters of the American Revolution. Wyoming was one of the few states in the Union that did not have a flag at that time. Miss Keyes had recently graduated from the Art Institute of Chicago, where she had studied design and decoration. At the urging of her father, Wilbur Park Keyes of Buffalo, Wyoming, Verna submitted the winning flag design. The original flag design adopted by the legislature had the buffalo facing downwind or away from the staff. This design was changed to face toward the staff, not by the legislature, but rather by the lovely Dr. Grace Raymond Hebbard, professor of political economy at the University of Wyoming, who was state regent for Daughters of the American Revolution at the time. As she was in charge of ordering the new flag, she exercised her authority, and the bison has faced upwind ever since. In 1927, the 19th Wyoming Legislature awarded 2 of the existing 6 early edition flags on which the bison faced downwind to Miss Verna with the condition that they were to remain in the home and shall never be otherwise displayed. Since then, these flags have been displayed in various museums and libraries, unknowingly in violation of state statute. This act added the language on page 2, line 19, after, quote, shall never be otherwise displayed, unquote, unless Miss Keyes or her heirs undertakes to donate the flag for public display at a Wyoming state, county, or municipal building. This updates statute to allow the flag to be displayed appropriately. Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 11 strikes "and then" on page 2, line 10, and adds "at that time" for clarification. It also corrects a misspelling on page 2, line 11, where Mrs. Verna Keyes' maiden name was misspelled. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I ask for your favorable consideration of Standing Committee Amendment number 1.
Thank you. Any discussion on Standing Committee Amendment number 1? Okay. We have discussion.
One question, were there other designs submitted for the flag?
As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman,
Hang on. Go ahead, Representative Romero Martinez, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my question was, were there other submissions or ideas for the flag that were submitted at that time?
Representative Williams.
as a matter of fact, there were one party that we know and love insisted that their party's emblem, the donkey, was the only emblem appropriate for the flag, whereas the other major party of the day championed the cause of the elephant. And of course, in those days, there was also the Bull Moose Party, who was particularly fond of their emblem. However, the bison prevailed.
Any further discussion on the standing committee amendment? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of the standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 11, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, standing committee amendment number 1 has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Further discussion on the bill? Okay, question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Flipner's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, to do so with the recommendation that Senate File 11 do pass, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, Senate File 11 has passed the committee of the whole. Members, we have just one more bill that the majority floor leader would like to have us hear. The reading clerk will read the bill. Senate File 41, please.
Senate File 41, sponsored by Senator Cost. Expanding Next Generation 911, an act relating to the administration of government. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highway, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred Senate File 41, Expanding Next Generation 911. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Baker, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Henderson, McGuire, Obermueller, O'Hearn, Stivar. Representative McGuire, Vice Chairman.
Thank you. You've heard the reading of the bill, Senate File 41. What is your pleasure, Chairman Burkhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rise to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate File 41 do pass, and I turn explanation over to the bill over to the good representative from District 24, along with the amendments to it.
Thank you, Representative Newsom.
Mr. Chairman, and I also move the standing committee amendment.
Thank you, Representative Newsom, on standing committee amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'll go through the bill and then I'll pick up the standing committee amendment at the end. This legislation modifies the 911 statutes to include next generation 911 costs and allows for a working member of the 911 Center to be included in the Public Safety Communications Commission. The 54th anniversary of the first 911 call occurred February 16th in 1968. Although I was not 2, I was in 2nd grade. We are still using the same technology from the first calls we had here in Wyoming. As a result, the state of Wyoming has been working with members of the 911 community from 911 community across Wyoming to meet federal requirements that would make Wyoming eligible for federal grant funds to assist with the transition to a new system. The updated system would use cell phones as well as state towers and cell towers to complete 911 calls. The funding for Next Gen 911 is needed at the federal level since we don't have the resources here in the state to build this new network and implement it without their assistance. This is a nationwide effort, and the current estimates are in the billions, 12 to 15 billion, to bring our antiquated technology up to date. There are 3 requirements to become eligible for these federal funds. Number 1, we need to appoint a state 911 coordinator, and this has already been done through Statute 169110. The next requirement is that we need a state Next Generation 911 state plan, and this has also been completed and adopted. This plan provides the basic framework that or the requirements to apply for the federal funds. The third requirement is what is addressed in this bill, and that's the authority for rulemaking for our state. Other states have created 911 Powers Board, which would be costly to Wyoming taxpayers. After extensive discussion with the working group, it was proposed that 911 be given a seat on the Public Safety Communications Commission. With this change, we are saving money, not growing government. So if you refer to your bill, on page 2, we have amended the Public Safety Communications Commission statute to include 2 more members, and those would be 911 member and a member of Homeland Security. On page 3, we add to the duties of the commission, which would be recommending guidelines and standards and development and implementation of the operation of the 911 emergency communications, and also gives rulemaking authority to the commission. And then as we move to page 4 on lines 11, this just includes the next-gen emergency communication systems within the 911 statutes that already exist. And then at the end, we integrate the legacy communications infrastructure with what would be the new infrastructure. And then the standing committee amendment enacts this immediately instead of enacting it July 1st of 2022. And I would stand for any questions.
Thank
If not,
you.
call for the
Discussion.
question on the bill. Or
We're on the
question
Standing
on-
Committee Amendment number 1. Representative Stith, are you discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to ask the explainer of the bill just for a little more to say how this bill, what it does and how it relates, if at all, to our WyoLink system. Because I see the language about interoperability of public communication safety communications network, and it seems like that's what WyoLink is, but I sense this is something different, which tells me that I'm not really understanding the bill. So thank you.
Representative Newsom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is separate from WyoLink, although it's integrated with WyoLink. So WyoLink and our local 911 systems are not integrated, nor would they be with this system, although partially. So if someone called 911 from their home and connected with the local 911 dispatch at the local sheriff's office, that would not use the WyoLink system. If the law enforcement that takes care of our highways, and there was an accident on I-80, and they called 911, or somebody in that accident called 911, then that would use the WyoLink system. So these are sister systems. One kind of more of a local system of 911, and the other one, WyoLink statewide integration.
Further discussion on Senate File 41? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of Chairman Burkhart's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 41 do pass? Oh, we're on the Standing Committee Amendment. Any other discussion on the Standing Committee Amendment? Okay, question being called. All those in favor of the Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 41, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, Standing Committee Amendment number 1 has passed. We are back on the bill. Okay, question being called. All those in favor of Chairman Burkhart's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, to do so with the recommendation that Senate File 41 do pass. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, Senate File 41 has passed the Committee of the Whole. Representative Washut,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Privilege of the floor.
please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Up here in our South Gallery, we have with us Darren Devine, President of Casper College, my good friend. Welcome to the House.
Majority Floor Leader Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move that the Committee of the Whole rise and report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, the adoption of the committee of the whole report has been adopted.
No. Mm-mm.
Reading clerk will read the committee of the whole report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 101, do pass. Senate File 102, do pass amended. Senate File 43, do pass. Senate File 8, do pass amended. Senate File 3, do pass. Senate File 73, do pass. Senate File 80, do pass. Senate File 53, do pass. Senate File 81, do pass. Senate File 77, do pass. Senate File 11, do pass amended. Senate File 41, do pass amended. Representative Baker, Chairman.
Representative Baker, Chairman Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the adoption of the committee of the whole report for real.
Well, for real, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. Congratulations. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm going to give you guys the kind of the top list for committee of the whole tomorrow, always subject to change and additions. And so the first one on the list will be Senate File 55, then 76, then 106, 78, 85, 92, 61, 86, and 100.
All right, members, so we have some enrolled acts to do, and then we're going to take some messages from the Senate, read in some committee reports. And there's a good chance that we're going to stand at ease for a half an hour or something like that as we wait for our Senate colleagues to send us back some concurrences and some signed bills that, again, need to be delivered to the executive downstairs today. So we're at that order of business. With that order of business, signing of enrolled acts. Hey, Chief. Which one? Okay. The first Senate Enrolled Act, number 12, being original Senate File 1.
Senate Enrolled Act 12, being original Senate File 1. An act to make appropriations for the fiscal biennium commencing July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2024. Providing definitions, providing for appropriations and transfers of funds for the period of the budget and for the remainder of the current biennium as specified. Providing for carryover of certain funds beyond the biennium as specified. Providing for employee positions as specified. Providing for duties, terms and conditions, and other requirements relating to appropriations for the remainder of the current biennium and the period of the budget as specified. Providing for the position and other budgetary limitations, amending existing law by redirecting revenues and making transfers for the period of the budget, modifying teacher incentive pay for the period of the budget, providing for reports related to appropriations, creating an account, and providing for effective dates, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act number 12, being original Senate File number 1. I have so signed. Next Senate file, Senate Enrolled Act 13.
Senate Enrolled Act 13 being original Senate File 6. An act relating to aquatic invasive species, provided for mandatory aquatic invasive species checks for persons who have previously failed to have a conveyance inspection as specified, providing a criminal penalty, requiring rulemaking, and providing for effective dates, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act 13, being original Senate File 6.
Yes.
I have so signed. Next bill, House Enrolled Act 20.
House Enrolled Act 20 being original House Bill 17. An act relating to state lands, authorizing the State Board of Land Commissioners to lease state lands and surrounding specified veterans facilities only for grazing, redistricting disposition of state lands as specified and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act 20, being original House Bill 17. I have so signed. Next Enrolled Act 21.
House Enrolled Act 21 being original House Bill 4. An act relating to water, providing requirements for a permit secured for purposes of watering livestock on federal land, providing definitions and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act 21, being original House Bill 4. I have so signed. Next Enrolled Act 22.
House Enrolled Act 22 being original House Bill 80. An act relating to campaign reports, requiring all campaigns and political action committees to file an itemized statement of contributions and expenditures, removing a requirement that limited the reports to funds that were expended, increasing the fine for failing to file a campaign report with the Secretary of State, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act 22, being original House Bill 80. I have so signed. Next Enrolled Act 23.
House Enrolled Act 23 being original House Bill 52. An act relating to elections, authorizing the preparation and processing of absentee ballots before an election, providing rulemaking authority, providing a felony penalty, making conforming amendments, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act 23, being original House Bill 52. I have so signed. Next Enrolled Act 24.
House Enrolled Act 24 being original House Bill 47. An act relating to impact assistance payments, amending requirements relating to impact assistance payments, providing definitions, requiring reporting, specifying applicability, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act 24, being original House Bill 47. I have so signed. Next Enrolled Act 25.
House Enrolled Act 25 being original bill, House Bill 33. An act relating to public health and safety, modifying prior legislation that amended provisions related to community health services, modifying definitions, delaying the effective date for the community health services redesign, requiring reports, providing a legislative finding, making conforming amendments, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act 25, being original House Bill 33. I have so signed. Next Enrolled Act 26.
House Enrolled Act 26 being original House Bill 15. An act relating to alcoholic beverages, providing for contracting operations of a golf course without the transfer of an associated liquor license held by the political subdivision, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act 26, being original House Bill 15. I have so signed. Next Enrolled Act 27.
House Enrolled Act 27 being original House Bill 16. An act relating to defense forces and affairs, expanding authorized uses of Military Assistance Trust Fund, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act 27, being original House Bill 16. I have so signed. Next Enrolled Act 28.
House Enrolled Act 28 being original House Bill 18. An act relating to motor vehicles, specifying the duration of registrations for specified off-road vehicles, specifying applicability and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
About to sign Enrolled Act 28, being original House Bill 18. I have so signed. Next Enrolled Act 29.
House Enrolled Act 29, being original House Bill 60. An act relating to minimum fiscal procedures, training for public officers, providing for the enforcement of financial reporting requirements through the withholding of state grants and loans, specifying duties of the state auditor, requiring rulemaking, specifying applicability, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act 29, being original House Bill 60. I have so signed. Next Enrolled Act 30.
House Enrolled Act 30, being original House Bill 62. An act relating to insurance, amending and creating definitions, amending fee schedules and creating new fees, amending licensure requirements for licenses issued by the Department of Insurance, amending continuing education requirements, repealing requirements related to licenses and continuing education, and providing for effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act 30, being original House Bill 62. I have so signed. Next Enrolled Act 31.
House Enrolled Act 31, being original House Bill 76. An act relating to professions and occupations, eliminating the requirement for a responsible broker of a sole proprietorship to acquire an additional company license, specifying applicability, requiring rulemaking, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act 31, being original House Bill 76. I have so signed. Congratulations, Representative Duncan. Next Enrolled Act 32.
House Enrolled Act 32, being original House Bill 81. An act relating to motor vehicles, amending motorcycle operation and equipment requirements to allow for the use by persons with disabilities, repealing a handlebar height restriction and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act 32, being original House Bill 81. I have so signed. Congratulations, Representative Burt. Keep a hold of the handlebars. Keep a hold of the handlebars. Next Enrolled Act 33.
House Enrolled Act 33, being original House Bill 82. An act relating to veterans' benefits and exemptions, allowing veterans to be considered honorably discharged if discharged solely for refusing a COVID-19 vaccine as specified, providing a definition and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act 33, being original House Bill 82. Congratulations. I have so signed. Congratulations, Chairman Wilson. Committee reports. Reports from standing committees, excuse me.
Senate File 56, sponsored by Blockchain. Lottery amendments, an act relating to the Wyoming Lottery. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 56, lottery amendments. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Kenner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Stith, Walters. No, Representative Simpson. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Senate File 97, sponsored by Senator Beitman. Change in a party affiliation, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 97 engrossed, change in party affiliation. Respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do not pass. Ayes, Representatives Kinner, Larson Lloyd, Nicholas, Schwartz, Walters. Noes, Representative Simpson, Stith. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
Messages from the Senate.
Message 229. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on 3rd reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 15, political subdivisions, club liquor licenses. Ayes 25, excused 2, conflict 3. Message 230, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 16, Military Assistance Trust Fund, authorized uses. Ayes 28, excused 2. Message 231, Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 18, Off-Road Recreational Vehicle Registration Amendments. Ayes 26, noes 2, excused 2. Message 232, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 55, Liquor Licenses, Airport Exemption. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 23, noes 1, excused 2, conflict 4. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 233, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 56, Examination of Books of Certain Districts and Entities. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 28, excused 2. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 234. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 60, Fiscal Training and Enforcement of Financial Reporting Laws. Ayes 29, excused 1. Message 235. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 62, Insurance Amendments. Ayes 29, excused 1. Message 236. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 76, Single Office Real Estate Brokers Licensing Requirements. Ayes 28, excused 1, conflict 1. Message 237. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 81, Operation of Motorcycle Disabled Persons. Ayes 29, excused 1. Message 238. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 82, Military Discharge and Benefits. Ayes 28, noes 1, excused 1. Message 239. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 123, Mine Reclamation Disposal of Materials. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Ayes 29, excused 1. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 241. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 3, State Land Leases. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 24, noes 3, 1 excused, 2 conflict. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 242. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 49, Election Reporting Requirements. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 21, noes 8, excused 1. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 243. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 117, Occupational Therapy Licensure Compact. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 20, noes 9, excused 1. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
All right, members, are there any committee announcements? Let's kind of get some of this business out of the way because we're going to be, Chairman Eklund.
Yeah, so in case people didn't hear my earlier correction, it'll be tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I won't use any dates because I mess those up too often, but tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, we'll hear an Ag Issues FFA team present their presentation in the committee room 5 before the Ag Committee and any other legislators who'd like to be there. It'll be a great learning experience for all of us. It'll be on the 30-30 plan.
Thank you. Chairman Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 4, Education, will meet Wednesday morning at 8:30 with our counterparts down the hall to discuss interim topics in room 110.
Chairman Flitner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, will meet tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. in Capitol Extension Room W002 and online.
Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Joint Conference Committee number 1 on Senate File 35 will meet tomorrow at noon in room W110.
Thank you. Vice Chair Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 9, Minerals, will meet on Friday at 9 a.m. To review interim topics in room W05.
Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 3 will meet tomorrow at 9 a.m., and that is March 8th in Capitol Extension Room 3 to hear Senate Joint Resolution 2.
Any other announcements? Any other announcements? So members, as I've mentioned throughout the day, we are awaiting some actions from our colleagues down the hall so that we can preserve as many authorities as we can as a legislative branch. So the House will stand at ease until 6:30. We're standing at ease until 6:30. Chairman Olson.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't quick enough. Your Judiciary Committee will meet on Thursday at 8 a.m. in West 6 to discuss our interim topics with the Senate.
Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Your Ag Committee will meet at noon on Wednesday to discuss interim topics, and I can't find the room number, but I'll figure that out before we get there.
All right, members, we're going to stand at ease until 6:30. 6:30. Thank you. Well done today. So far. So we're signing a bill. House will please come to order. With that order of business of continuing to sign enrolled acts, next enrolled act is 18. Reading clerk.
Senate Enrolled Act 18, being original Senate File 98. An act relating to the emergency expenses of government, limiting expenditures of COVID-19 relief funds, amending a sunset date for emergency programs, providing an appropriation, specifying applicability, specifying conflict of law provisions, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the Legislature of the State of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Enrolled Act 18, being original Senate File 98. I have so signed. What else? Messages from the Senate.
Message 227. Mr. Speaker, Senate File Number 1, General Government Appropriations. The Senate adopted the Joint Conference Committee Number 1 report on the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Ayes 20, noes 9, excused 1. Message 248. Mr. Speaker, Senate File 67, State-Funded Capital Construction. The Senate adopted Joint Conference Committee Number 1, report on the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Ayes 25, noes 4, excused 1. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
All right, so members, if you would pull up Senate File 67 and get the tab where the Joint Conference Committee report is. Should be there. We'll do that Joint Conference Committee here pretty soon if Chairman Walters is ready. All right, with that order of business of Joint Conference Committee reports, first one is Committee Number 1, Senate File 67. Chairman Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move for the adoption of Joint Conference Committee Number 1 to Senate File 67 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, what we finally agreed to is we accepted all of the House amendments with the one change being the Veterans Museum was deleted from the House amendment. All other changes that the House incorporated into Senate File 67 were adopted. Again, it was the only change was to remove the $5 million for the Veterans Museum. And with that, I would accept any questions on the Conference Committee report.
Any members on the Conference Committee report? Any members? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if it's a typo, but on my Conference Committee report, it says adopted on Amendment Number 3, so on page 3, so. Okay. I'm still confused. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Joint Conference Committee report. Further discussion. All right, members, we are voting on Joint Conference Committee Number 1, report to Senate File 67. The majority of the members, elected members required to adopt the report. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Andrew. Baker. Banks. Bear, Blackburn, Blackburn, Brown, Burkhart, Burt, Burt, Clausen, Connolly, Crago, Duncan, Eklund, Air, Flitner, Fortner, Gray, Greer excused, Hallinan, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Jennings, Kenner, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson Dan, LeBeau, McGuire, McGuire, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Oakley, Oakley, Obermuller, O'Hearn excused, Olson, Ottman, Paxton, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Romero Martinez, Roscoe, Schwartz, Schwartz, Sherwood, Simpson,
Aye.
Summers, Stith, Stivar, Sweeney, Walters, Washit, Washit, Western, Wharf, Williams, Wilson, Winter, Yin, Zwanitzer, Mr. Speaker, Blackburn, McGuire, Oakley, Washit. Closing vote. Are there any changes? Andrew, aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote is closed. 37 aye, 17 no, 6 excused.
By your vote, you've voted to adopt Joint Conference Committee Number 1 report on Senate File 67. All right, members, that's, I think, so we'll have to get a report back on that bill. We just joined the conference committee and signed that bill at, as soon as the Senate. The Senate's not planning on coming back in until 9 o'clock. So I think we just stand at ease, do what you need at 9 o'clock, and we'll make a decision then based on where we are with 66, because that one is taking a significant amount of work by our staff. So the House will stand at ease. Okay. We'll stand at ease until 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Thank you.